We can start the meeting. Okay, good evening. Go ahead, Sarah. Is there something you want to say before we do roll call?
Yes, thank you so much to our new chair for giving me the opportunity to speak before we get started. First, welcome Arnett. Excited to have a chair. I think it's important. I did want to state for the record that I do feel this week has been a challenging week as we manage to transition, bringing in a new chair. For context, for community members and attendees, this committee puts in a great amount of work, particularly in the week before we meet in committee to do research, to look into each application. I myself usually commit 1 to 2 hours per application. This week, that would have been probably 4 or 5 hours with the number of applications we have. And so I do feel it's important to just state for the record that we weren't given that opportunity this week and didn't have a chance to get resolution assignments until Saturday. And then I did feel it was unclear what my role was in the assignments that I received. I know, Arnett, you're coming in new, and I did try to offer support as obviously a newer member on the committee. And I do hope, moving forward that you're able to, go to folks like Michelle or even Jeanette, in addition to having Susan as a support. I know that Michelle said she hadn't received any outreach from you, and I think it's important because of all the transitions that we have some consistency in process, and that the community members who are here to speak about items, who are coming and bringing a lot of experience and preparation, as well as the applicants who prepared their applications, get kind of our full attention, and we come prepared and ready to speak about the items. And I just don't feel I was given the opportunity to be prepared for this meeting. So I did want to put that on the record, and I see that David has also raised his hand, so I'm going to stop speaking so that we can continue on.
Okay.
Maybe we should
Before
start.
I David, I do want to hear what you have to say, but
You're muted. You're muted again.
yeah, no, I had to say something real quick. Sorry, Mom. I do want to hear David's comments, and Sarah, thank you for your comments, but I'm going to do roll call and then we can go back into that. And I want to make it real quick. Yes, you're absolutely correct. This was a quick transition. I think everyone, I appreciate everyone's time and patience in trying to make this as smooth as possible. I think you're right. The community should be made aware, but those that came to the last meeting, I think made some viewpoints and probably were looking for a transition or anticipating a transition. So for those that were here last month and anticipating one, I think they had a little more of a expectation, and those that didn't, I want to apologize, just like Sarah said, that we did make a quick turn, but we also try to make this quick turn so that we can serve the community as best as possible and not hold anyone up. But I'm going to start with the roll call, and then David, I'm going to call out for you, okay? Okay. Thank you again, Sarah. Okay. Okay. Sarah Batchu, I'm sorry.
Sarah Batchu, and yes, present.
David Crane.
Present.
Jamie Fielder.
Present.
Jeanette Kim. Okay, absent. Amanda Liu. We've already stated Amanda Liu having issues.
Oh, wait, no, she's here. I'm going to promote
Amanda,
her.
okay.
Yeah, she didn't have the Zoom link.
Oh.
And also Jeanette's term ended at the end of March.
No terms have ended yet.
That's what she shared with me, Susan.
Well, no terms have ended until the new members are appointed, which we expect to be in May.
Okay. Jesse Beck.
She's not here, but Amanda.
Not here. Okay. Clint, and I asked to say this before this. Smelter.
Correct. Yes. Present.
Okay. Present. Okay, thank you. If there's no objections, I would like to enter approve the minutes from last month. Is there any objections to that? No? Okay, David, go ahead, take the floor.
Wait, did you get Amanda, because she's a panelist now.
Oh, Amanda Lou?
Thanks. Sorry about that. Present. I
Thank
didn't know it was
you.
an emergency. Thanks.
No, no problem. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy that you're safe. Thank you, Susan. Okay, David. Go.
Yeah, so about things things were done differently this month as they were the previous month and a few months before that. There have been requests, like one in particular made at the exec, to have the office help more with producing some of the drafts, and the office did jump in to do that this time. So just so people understand, there wasn't, I mean, I'm sure there was no intention to say that there was something, you know, like exclusion going on. The fact is, it wasn't really clear where the resolutions were supposed to go. And I know the board office typically works with chairs. I was actually in the office for another meeting the other day, and I had mentioned that I hadn't seen the drafts yet. And then Susan mentioned that, oh, the office is doing this portion of it and blah, blah. So that's all that happened. And we'll come up with a better process, and hopefully it'll all be good. Over. And anyway, and also thanks, Susan, for having not an intern, whatever it is, have an office worker work on the pulling things out of 311 and SLA and so forth.
Thank you. And, you know, we're all feeling very rushed this month.
Okay, thank you again, David and Sarah. I think we're pretty much getting caught up as quickly as possible. I appreciate you guys. Oh, Amanda, would you like to speak?
Hi, Arnett. Thanks. I just wanted to understand, are we discussing the process leading up to this meeting?
No, we're not. Before we did the roll call, Sarah asked if she can say a couple of words. I gave her the floor. She said some words. David was present for that. David did a couple of words, and now we're moving on to the meeting.
Okay, did you want me to speak to procedures?
Okay, yes. Susan, can you speak to the procedures for this meeting?
Okay, Arnett asked me to speak to the committee procedures. So first of all members of the public should sign into chat for the sign-in sheet. We had the roll call vote. The chair will call the agenda items. There will be a brief summary of the application, and then the applicant will be asked to briefly add whatever is necessary. If there's office input for previous history, I'll add that. The committee will ask questions, and then members of the public will be asked to raise their Zoom hand to speak on an agenda item. You will be promoted to panelists so that all can see you when you are speaking, and then return to attendee status. We will also, at the beginning of every agenda item, ask the applicants to raise their Zoom hand so we can promote them to panelists. Please, for the public, please keep your statements limited to 2 minutes so everybody has a chance to speak and we're not keeping people waiting for hours for their agenda items. Then the committee will discuss how they want to vote. And I just want to mention there's been a number of withdrawals. So I'll read the ones that we will be hearing tonight. I'll read the addresses. Everything else will be withdrawn. So we have 8 items. We have 42 Avenue B. We have 48 Bowery. We have 133 Christie. We have 134 Eldridge. We have 210 East 2nd Street, AKA 17 Avenue B. We have 214 East 9th Street, 253-257 Broome Street, and we have 282 Grand Street. Everything else has been either withdrawn. Okay, so if you want to.
No. Thank you, Susan. The first applicant, oh, go ahead, Susan, go ahead.
I see one person having a Zoom hand. I don't know if he's an applicant. Eli, are you an applicant?
I'm not just a community member. In your process, you said we need to sign into the chat, but the chat is currently closed, so we can't do that.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
I think in this format, Susan, what we.
Yeah, it's open. It's only going to the hosts and panelists, but you should be able to sign in, right? Is that what you're going to say, Sarah?
I think just it's a different type of Zoom. Last time we did a webinar, and so we actually just asked people to raise their hand when they were applicants, and then we have a Zoom facilitator who has either been like me or Amanda or Jeanette, just promoting people. So if we need something doing that, I'm happy to.
So Arnett, do you want to ask somebody to be a Zoom facilitator? I'll make them a co-host and they can do the promotions.
Yes, Sarah, would you mind, since you've been so helpful, I think that you would be best candidate. Thank you, Sarah, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll make you a co-host. It's not letting me make you a co-host. Are you? Can you try?
I'll try.
Try and see if you can make Sarah co-host. I don't know why it's not letting me do that.
I got it.
You
Sarah,
did?
you see it?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're co-host now, Sarah.
We also do have some questions in the chat. Maybe Susan, if you could take a look at them, because some of them I'm not sure how to speak to them about the virtual format.
I'm not, are they in the chat? Or
Sorry, in the Q&A, sorry, Q&A.
Heather, I don't know what you mean by not being able to. When you are speaking, we'll make you a panelist when it's time to present so that you'll be able to be seen. We should be able to see the chat. You should be able to. I'm not seeing any messages.
The first two question answers, Susan, I think are the same point. They can't see the participants, so that's what they're questioning. So I think Heather's gallery view questions is the same.
So yeah, Heather, when it's time for you to present, we're going to ask you to raise your Zoom hand. We'll make you a panelist and you'll be seen.
Okay, we can move forward to the first application, 42.
Okay, is the applicant here? Sarah, do you see an applicant for 42?
If you're the applicant for 42, can you please raise your Zoom hand and I will promote you?
Okay, Sherry Grimes is.
Sherry's been promoted.
Okay, so Arnett asked me to give the summary of each application, and I was also not prepared to do this till about 6:10. So bear with me. I will read from the draft resolution, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to add or clarify anything. So Soho Pig Collective, doing business as Pig and Butter, is seeking a full liquor license at 42 Avenue B between 3rd and 4th Street. The establishment has 6 indoor tables, 25 seats, and 1 bar on the ground floor, a food prep area. They will be serving brunch toasts, bao, and desserts. No televisions, no live music. Closed Monday and Tuesday. Open from 2 to 10 on Wednesday, 2 to 11 on Thursday, 2 to 1 on Friday, and 10 to 2 on Saturday. They will not have outdoor use. There are 12 liquor licenses within 500 feet. The previous address operated as a restaurant was Post, with stipulations to close by 11 p.m. all night. The applicant is currently a license holder at 134 Ludlow Street, which has 311 complaints with police action since 2020. I think one of the members probably has information on the petitions. So that's a summary of the application. Does the applicant want to add anything to that?
Yes, we haven't actually called the police to our space unless there's an issue with some kind of activity outside or an alarm being set off in the middle of the night because of action next door at the bar next door. The new space at 42 Avenue B is going to have signature cocktails, a bar menu that's a mixture of Southern Korean and Mexican food. It would be a pretty simple establishment. We wouldn't have any outdoor dining area that we need to build. We're not going to have a DJ. It's just an offshoot of the current Pig and Butter.
Okay. Arnett, do you want to?
Yeah, Amanda, I'll give Amanda the floor.
Thanks. I was wondering, can you show the resolution on the screen so we have a visual and all can reference the same thing? I'm more of a visual person.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Yeah, I think Arnett, you were going to ask one of the board members if they would do that.
Yes, Amanda, would you mind? Okay.
Sure. And this was from Susan's most recent email.
Right, there's
Correct.
should be 8 in there, and this would be 42 Avenue B. Actually, we need a board member to actually do edits in the resolution anyway to be able to make changes.
So I'm the designated person to do all of them.
I'm not the chair, Arnett.
Yeah, no, I was going to designate one person, but since it's 8, well, if you don't mind doing at least the first 3, that'd be too much. Then I'll designate someone else for the remaining.
Okay.
Couple.
Should be no problem, even if I stay on, but just bear with me while I clean up my background. It's very messy.
Okay, Clint.
Well,
But
while
you-
Amanda's pulling up the resolution, I do have one quick correction. They've only been operational on the Ludlow Speed location since 2022. So I think they only had one 311 call that was non-crime corrected since 2022. So I think Susan, you said since 2020, but that I don't think those.
It's another
original
place.
calls- Yeah, I think that was a different place. I think, is that correct, Sherry? You opened in 2022?
We opened in March 21. And
Oh,
we
you did open in 20. Okay, I'm sorry.
2021, yeah. We haven't had any incidents with our customers. It's just other issues that have happened outside that we recall 911 or whatever's going on, so it doesn't spill into the restaurant. But it has nothing to do with my space at all.
Typically, we shared how many 311 complaints there have been since 2018 at the location, regardless of who was operating it, Clint.
That's very new. And if that's a very new thing.
Sorry, I'm getting an error saying the host has disabled screen sharing.
Hold on, let me.
You know what, Arnett? Why
Okay,
don't
I
we
just made you a co-host because I'm not quite sure how to doing the technical other than that. I'm hoping, there you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, while we're getting that together, David, did you have something?
Yeah, I don't know if we are planning on drilling in on the 311s, but I heard the applicant, I think, having the same misunderstanding twice. These are concerning 311 complaints that are not the establishment making the call. You know, it's like usually a neighbor. And then there were, I don't know how many we had since you opened, but a number of them that were that did require police action, that typically is something like they turned down the sound when we arrived, or they closed the facade when we arrived, as opposed to when we got there, we didn't see anything, which is a no action. In any case, it appears that there were 311 complaints, or may have been, that did have police action.
Yeah, I think that's us calling. So we have an alarm system, and in the middle of the night, it gets triggered. So what happens is that they call everyone that's on the list, and one of those calls goes to my mother because she's one of the people. She was in California at the time. And so if she saw activity, she couldn't call 911. She would call 311 to try to have the police come to break up whatever was going on. But no one actually ever, the police were never, they never came and said, hey, we have some 311 complaints. That wasn't due to anything that was happening in my space in particular.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. Interesting. Odd, but interesting. Wow.
It's odd.
Okay, Jamie. Did you-
I have a question. Confirming that your location is open until 5 p.m.
Yes, it's a brunch all day restaurant.
Yeah. So does anybody know what time those 311 complaints were? It's pretty easy to rule you out if they were post 5 p.m., which generally we find that they are.
Well, at least one of them was before they opened, so that only leaves two, which is not a very extensive reporting.
Right. Valid.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Raise your hand.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah. So about 311 complaints versus SLA violations. SLA violations are the biggie. That's what the SLA pays attention to when they are trying to decide if something is, an adverse history is in the SLA's interpretation. It's SLA violations that count. 311 violations, or the things that we're reporting here, these are don't necessarily have a lot of weight with the SLA. So when we are thinking of like, oh, is this a place or an applicant with adverse history? Really, it ought to be SLA violations that we have as evidence. Anyway, that's more of a I guess, educational background about my understanding of what the SLA will look at. Nothing about this applicant.
Okay, thank you, David. Jamie, did you have some?
Yeah. Are we discussing the application, or are we waiting on something? And Amanda, if I'm putting you on the spot, I apologize. I just wasn't sure where we are.
Well, in the meanwhile, while we were, I could have just asked Amanda while we were waiting.
Sorry,
for
you
Amanda
guys
to pick it
can't
up.
see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can. That's why I
yes.
thought that's what I thought.
Jamie was asking, Jamie was asking for clarification exactly where we were conversing about, or we were open discussion about this particular application, or were we waiting for Amanda? And I would say the answer is a little of both. We were waiting up. It was sitting up, and I wanted to hear if there were any questions for the applicant while we were waiting. So Amanda, would you go ahead and we can start with the resolution?
Sorry, scroll down.
Back up, you got it. Because it was, scroll down. I don't know if everyone has a chance to read the first, because we were discussing.
Is the committee, sorry, Arnett, is the committee giving, asking questions of the applicant now?
Yeah, I think we were at that point.
Okay. I just wanted to ask about the hours, seeing that the hours are were closed by 11 p.m. previously all nights. And now, there's some 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. closures. So if the applicant could speak to that.
I think the last place that was there was more of like a cafe restaurant. The focus is on this being a bar with signature cocktails and bar food. That's why we would be open later. And this is not, the hours are not cut in stone. It's just having the option to be open that late.
So are you indicating you would be willing to taper that back? Because I do know that a lot of folks will probably raise concerns about this particular corner over there. It can get kind of louder.
It's not, so I am familiar with the area, and this is not like a rowdy kind of place. It's not going to be like a bar, sports bar with people, you know, outside smoking and yelling and doing all of that. It's going to be, you know, kind of like a wine bar. So we're not going to have any rowdiness going on in the space where it would actually trigger anything or aggravate anyone living in the building or cause any noise complaints. And we plan on closing doors, you know, from the outside with any noise going out, and also the windows at 10 p.m.
Thank you.
Clint?
I have a question regarding your, I know, so your current space that you're operating, I think was the hours till 7:30 at some point. So is that the latest?
That was when we first opened, and then I cut back the hours. So we close at 5.
Okay.
And then on Saturdays, we close at 7. And because it's all day brunch. So at a certain point, you know, given the neighborhood, we like to close a bit early.
So have you ever operated a space with any kind of evening hours?
When we first opened, we were open till 9 o'clock at night on some nights. And then I pushed it to 7, because for me, it just made more sense to close at that time, given the product that we have. But I do have experience closing later at night.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Just what late night experience you have?
Well, I've worked in restaurants in Brooklyn, and also in California. And the restaurant that I worked at was a bar restaurant in Brooklyn, and we closed at 11:30 at night.
Okay. My second question in regards to that and to your experience is, so I know your location at Ludlow Street is beer wine. Have you ever held a full liquor license in any of your history?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Jamie, did you put your hand down or?
No, my hand's up.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I got, sorry. Why? So you've got the pig and butter on Ludlow, I know it. And this is going to be this is hopefully where Post used to be on Avenue B. You're using the same name. Why the switch in business model? Because, you know, like you said, go on. Sorry.
Well, it's Pig and Butter Avenue B versus Pig and Butter, because I wanted to keep with the same name so people would recognize Pig and Butter and know who we are, because we're pretty popular, and I wanted to build on that. And it's something to expand and do something different. The original idea was to open a bar restaurant, and then I decided to do the brunch all day because my brunch menu is popular. So it's not really something different. It's a model that I had already planned on. And it's just, you know, something that's happening.
So, okay. Sorry. So you said that your brunch menu is pretty popular, but you're going to switch the menu to something, you said more like a wine bar, right?
It's not a switch. We're keeping this Pig and Butter. It's staying open. And this would be our second place.
Yeah. Sorry. What I meant was you said that you're really popular because of your brunch menu, and the second location, you're going to switch out from what you are currently known for to you described it as a wine bar, right?
Well, when we were talking about the quietness of the neighborhood and being open late, I was kind of comparing it to that, but it's not a switch because we're doing brunch on the weekends. So some of the items would be on the brunch menu, and it's going to be an eclectic kind of bar menu. So some of the items will be on that menu, but it's just a chance to do something creative, more creative, or something that's different, creative in a different way.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think there's some attendees now with their hands up.
Are there any other committee members with any questions for the applicant? Just want to make sure before we move to the public. Okay, Amanda, we'll move to the public now. Oh,
I just got a note that Michelle Brilliant has to leave to go to work, if maybe we could call on her.
Amanda, are you able to bring up Michelle?
She's
Sure.
a
Yeah, I thought I was working on the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that
Oh,
Sarah?
so
I'm
that's-
confused of which I have
It's okay.
Sarah, correct?
that's,
I did it.
So I would just recommend moving to the next section, that we just ask folks who, from the public, who would like to speak to raise their hand, and then I can promote them.
We just
as
promoted
well.
Michelle
well,
Brilliant, who has to leave.
Okay, let me know what I need to do.
Arnett, if you could call Michelle.
Yes, calling Michelle, bring up as, to speak, please.
I don't know if you can see me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make this really short and sweet because I know you guys have a lot to do and I have to run back to work. I'm not here to crush anybody's dreams. I live at 189 East 3rd Street. And one of my only concerns is the 2 a.m. closing in that area because of Poco, because of Mama's, because when Cafe Cordedito was there, it just has created a lot of noise and craziness. And I love that they're not trying to, you know, be loud and crazy like that, but 2 a.m. is late for a Friday and Saturday, especially in that neighborhood with those places, you know, that are open and promoting craziness and a lot of drinking. So that's, you know, that and like bottomless brunches and stuff that goes on in the neighborhood. So 2 a.m. is a little late, I think, for that neighborhood if we're trying not to add to what already is happening on those nights, Fridays and Saturdays. But if you're flexible, great. I have to go back to work. So I just wanted to say that because I know other people in the neighborhood might have a problem with the 2 a.m. thing. And I would also be willing to meet and sit down and talk with you. Like, no problem. I'm easy breezy. Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. Guys, I do have to go. I just wanted to say that if you need anything else from me, Clint, Susan, you know how to get in touch with me. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the meeting. Okay, I'm gonna hit leave now.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sarah, I think we're back to you to promote.
So if folks who have a question, or sorry, not question, a comment from the public could raise their hand. And then Arnett, if you could just tell me who you want me to call on, because multiple people will raise their hand for some items, I will promote them.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
At this time, there's just one person, so I'll just promote them, friend. Friend, you can go ahead.
Hi, is that me?
That's
Yes.
you, it says friend.
Future, I'm around the corner from 42 Avenue B, and your menu sounds great, which would be, but Post is a really small space in there, or what was Post. And I just have a question because on Avenue B between 2nd Street up to 4th Street, it is always crowded on the sidewalks. And it's really hard to just maneuver, especially on the weekends, and just to walk down the street. And so I was wondering if you had a plan as to how you're going to handle the crowd. You said that you're going to have texts and stuff, but in the meantime, before people have been texted to the place, where are they going to wait? Because it's, like I said, it's just really hard to maneuver on the weekends down the sidewalks.
That's a good question. Currently in our space, which we would follow the same model. When we have people on the wait list, they usually go somewhere else to hang out, go somewhere else to have a cocktail. They know what time they have an idea of how long their wait is going to be. So it could be 15 minutes or it could be an hour. And from then on, they decide to go somewhere else. And then we let them know, hey, your table is available or your seat is available, come back to the area. So we haven't had any issues with people standing outside our current spot. And right now we have about an hour to 2 hour wait for brunch. So people usually come in, they scan the code, they go off to wherever. We let them know their table's ready. They let us know whether they're coming back or not. And we actually have a high percentage of people that actually do that follow that model. So we would plan on doing the same thing, not having a big crowd outside. We're not looking to cause a ruckus in the neighborhood. We want to actually bring something great to the neighborhood, and not have, clutter going on. That's not how I operate. I like things to be calm, and I just want to run a business with no issues.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, I don't see any other persons from the public. Susan, did you have something to say?
Sure, I just wanted to talk about community board complaints for the area. It's the worst is 2nd Street to 3rd Street. It's pretty unbelievable. Just yesterday, I was walking by and I had to stop in middle of the day and tell someone to turn down the music to even be able to tell them to turn down the music. 3 to 4 is not as bad. It was previously, but it has improved. And I just want to say that going from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. is quite a difference, for the block, to change that. And, I certainly believe the applicant is completely sincere, but the people who are there are already the people who are there. And so that they're also going to be, be your customers. So I just wanted to ask the committee to consider the hours for that area, because you're changing from a much early hour to much later hour.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Grimes, please answer, and then I'll go to Clint.
I would agree to change the hours on Saturday to 1 a.m. Versus 2 a.m.
Okay. Clint, you have the floor.
Okay, so I used to live up on Avenue B between 2nd and 3rd, and I'm co-chair of the block association. It's the Lower Avenue B East 4th Street Block Association. And, we discussed this because of timing. We really didn't get a chance to meet with you. So that was, a miss on our part. But I mean, one thing that's an issue, maybe, I know you said brunches. I know at your current location on Ludlow Street, you have boozy brunches.
Yes.
I know on this application, you agreed not to have boozy brunches. So I hope that's clear that is one of our huge problems in that location, not your location, but those 2 blocks are the brunches on Saturday afternoons, mainly from Poco on the corner. It's just, sometimes you can't walk down the sidewalk. It's so bad. And then sometimes at nights, I mean, they're now doing some nighttime brunch boozy dinners, which makes that's another issue. But so the big issue is, our concern, and this is what I've heard from some of the other residents, is that you haven't held a license before. You haven't necessarily operated it fully as a business with late night hours. So they were concerned about the late night hours. There was some concern about asking for beer and wine for the first year, but we've kind of pedaled that back a little bit and everyone kind of said, yes, we're okay with full liquor. It seems like she does want to do a restaurant. It's not going to be a crazy place, but everyone's main concern was the hours. So what people have asked me for was if they could come back to 12 on Friday and Saturday, at least for the beginning, till you could prove yourself as a responsible operator. And then you could come back and ask for an extension of the hours if you so chose. That was what would make a lot more people comfortable with it, just because you don't have any really experience that we can look to show that you've operated a full license late in the evening.
I can agree to that. So the first year, 12 a.m. on the Friday and Saturday, and then come back and request an extension after that first year?
Sure, and I mean, when saying a year, it's not a hard, we're gonna give you 12 exact months. It's basically, we just want to know that you've operated for roughly a year so that you can say, look, I'm a responsible operator. I'm not going to add to the problems that are already existing. And I think in that case, I'm sure the neighborhood would be more than happy to support an extension of your license if you proved you're responsible.
I can agree to that. I can agree to that.
I think that would make, I mean, thank you for being so agreeable. That would make a lot of people feel much more comfortable with, you know, with your application and your operations.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Clint. Is there, I don't see any other hands raised.
Actually, sorry, can I say one more thing? And this is not in regards to this. I did, while we were talking, I did pull the 311s. I don't think it's fair to list in our resolution that she had on her past history. And I don't think, Sarah, I'm not questioning you, but I don't think we go back further for the location she's applying for, not the locations of her previous experience. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So her previous experience, I think we should only go back as far as she's been operating, which would just be one.
We don't typically show, as David said, we don't typically include that. So
Yeah, so I don't think we should put that in the resolution as it is now.
Yeah, could we remove that?
So I think you have to go scroll up to take that off.
Sorry, what was, which section?
Amanda, the part about 311, because it's about the applicant's previous location, which we don't typically include.
Yeah, it's right there.
Whereas this applicant is currently also a license holder at 134 Ludlow. I think we should keep that, but I don't think we should say which had 311 complaints at this location. I do think it's important to include that the applicant has another license.
Yes, and it was, so if you want to be correct, it was just one 311 call, but it was not non-crime corrected. So the police responded and took no action.
We don't typically include that. So I don't think we should.
Okay, that's much better. Thank you.
David has his hand raised, Chair.
Go ahead, David. And in the interest of time, after David, if we have, let me see, do we have anyone from the public? Okay, after David, I want to move on to the next applicant.
Are the closing times in alignment between the whereas, the second whereas, and the STIPs? They weren't earlier. I know that things may have changed.
No, they need to be edited. It all needs to be edited.
Okay, so is it, they're going to be 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday is what it's going to end up after we edit them?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, correction, I'm sorry. Now, guys. So after Susan, question for you, or no, actually just for the committee members. After discussion with the public and with us, and we're going over the resolution, I would like to read it, and then from there, do we then go into approving it or not, or we're going to do at the end of the meeting?
So I don't think we should approve this yet because we need to add in the petitions. Or I don't know, David, if we can vote without that in there.
No, we really should finish it, but we do got the petitions, and we have typically always voted on each individual application because if something doesn't pass, we have to then revisit it, for instance. You know, so we don't usually handle them like full board because we got to kind of iterate on things here at the committee.
I just want to remind everyone after we do this, resolve all the issues and the stipulations have to be, client has to approve that also, you know, that, or we have to tell the client what we have. Does anyone have the information on the petitions?
Jamie's hand is raised.
My hand was raised for something completely different at the time. I don't have the information on the petitions.
Jamie, were your hand raised, but about this applicant?
It was, but let's finish one thing at a time, I'd imagine.
Okay, I just wanted to know where we were. Okay.
The petition's quite long. I'm happy to take some time to confirm which signatures are within 2 blocks and which are in the building, but it won't be in a second. There's a lot of signatures, which is great, good for the applicant, important, but it just will take a second. So I don't know if anyone has a recommendation how I want to proceed while I count them.
While you count, I guess we can, Jamie, if you have anything to add while she's counting, we can further discuss.
Yeah, I think, you know, I want to make sure, I know we've spoken to the applicant now, there's been a bunch of questions, we've had comments from the public. I want to make sure with the committee that we're all on the same page. We're now doing 12 a.m., 10 p.m. and then 12 a.m. on the weekends. That's confirmed. That's what's been edited in. I didn't miss that.
No, I thought it was 10 a.m. Was it 1 or is it 12? I thought it was 1.
Amanda, I think you should change it to 1 a.m. on Saturday rather than highlighting it, because that was what was requested of the applicant. The applicant agreed.
Okay, great. I'm happy to do that. I'll just make the changes now.
Actually, I think it was 12 was what she agreed to on Friday and Saturday. Is that, just confirm with the applicant, but I thought what she said was 12 both days.
Yeah, we said 1 and then we switched it to 12.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
12 and then coming back in a year to review to extend possibly? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jamie.
No, that's it. I should have lowered my hand. Oh, actually, on the application, you said that you had no plan to install soundproofing, but on this stip, it says that you will, confirming that you know that, and that's something that you're comfortable doing.
Yes, if it's necessary.
Okay, great.
Okay, is that the very end of the resolution there? Okay, maybe we could start looking at the stipulations while the petitions are being looked at. Arnett?
Trying to unmute. Clint, if I'm not mistaken, you were handling the stipulations?
Sure, I can. Yeah. So while she's counting, we could just leave that space blank and I can go ahead and read through the stipulations just to confirm that the applicants
It would
agree.
be helpful if you fill out the form, Clint. That's what Michelle did and what we've been doing with Jeanette.
We have the form. If you want to screen share the form.
You want me to pull it up? Is that?
Yeah. Can you make him a co-host so he can share the screen for the form?
Okay, Clint, you should be
Okay.
able to do it.
Okay, this is going to stop the other screen sharing. So let me just share this. Okay. But this is the final resolution, which also needs to be updated then technically, correct?
Well, the resolution being updated. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I guess I don't have that current one, but the only thing that changes the hours, correct?
Right. But we want the applicant to be able to see all the everything.
I can see. So I just read from here and then agree?
No, we don't have the stipulations up yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm just a little confused. Should I be reading from this? I
No,
know what's
can
been
you-
changed, but
Can you screen share the stipulations the stipulation form that you have for this?
which is the original one, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share that stipulation. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. Okay, so is everyone seeing the stipulation form, correct?
Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Yep.
I have to change the hours in number 3.
Okay, so it's just changing Friday and Saturday to 12 a.m.
Yeah, I have to do is put a 1 before the,
Sorry, 10. That's staying the same. It's this. And then 12 a.m. on Saturday. Actually, these are wrong. It's 2 to 10, 2 to 11, Thursday. This is 12 a.m. on Friday and 12 a.m. on Saturday. Okay, so is that correct? That's what we agreed to.
And Sunday should have a time as well, 10 a.m. I think till,
Oh, that's right. You were earlier on Sunday. It was 10 a.m. to 10. I think you had
yeah,
10 p.m. on Sunday, right?
yes.
That's right. Sunday was not the same as Saturday, so that's okay. And then I understand that the opening is no later than specified hours. So technically that means if you were choosing to open up earlier on the weekdays, that's fine. We'd actually encourage that.
Okay.
I will not use any outdoor space for commercial use, including the open restaurants, which prohibits the use of alcohol outside. You're not having security or doormen. You are not installing soundproofing then, though I think you did say you would if necessary.
Yes.
I will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances of televised sports. I will not have DJs, live music, promoted events, or any event which a cover fee is
Okay.
charged.
so I think scheduled performances should also be checked on that.
Yes, were you intending to have any of these, or was it just not checked?
No, I'm not having any of
Okay,
that.
so you're okay with us checking that, and then, we don't need any of that stuff.
Yes.
Oh, actually, that can be unchecked, sorry. And then I will play ambient recorded background music only. I will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation or any physical alterations of any nature without first coming for CB3. You're applying for a full license, so that doesn't apply. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses come to my establishment. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. I will have a happy hour, which will end at 9 p.m. I will not have wait lines outside. I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. I will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside my liquor license inside of my business, and residents may contact the manager or owner at the number below. Any complaints will be addressed immediately. I will revisit the above stated method of operation if necessary to minimize my establishment's impact on my neighbors. And then your name, that's the correct phone number for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you agree to all that, I think that's, unless anyone else has any questions or corrections.
Okay, so this will be sent to you by the office tomorrow and ask you to have it signed and notarized.
Okay.
So you can unshare that.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, I'm still counting the signatures. I'm on page 4 of 6, which again, really great that you got a lot of signatures. Some of them are not in the area, so it's just taking a little bit longer.
If there's a lot, do you want to just say more than such and such amount of what you've already counted?
I think it would be really important to state how many there were, Susan, especially if Sherry intends to come back in the future. This is like a significant amount of people from the neighborhood that have agreed to the hours that Sherry previously proposed. So I think that could be helpful to Sherry if, Sherry is coming back before the committee to extend hours in the future.
Amanda, if you don't mind, you can, if you want, you can share again the resolution. while we're waiting.
David's hand is up.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Yeah, so it's unrelated to this applicant, but I was wondering, I've been wondering for a while now about petitions. How do we count them as, I see on the application, it says that we want them from basically adjacent residences. So anyway, is there guidance on like what a cutoff is? I counted all mine and I noted how far they were, and some are quite far. And then adjacent buildings, yeah.
It says the guidance they get is from residential tenants location adjacent to, across, and behind. That's what, for example, must give proposed hours and method of operation.
Yeah, so I mean that's a very limited number of addresses. And I've, when I went through mine, more than half of them were more than a half a mile away. About 3 of them are within hundreds of feet. So I just don't know what it's never been clear to me what we're supposed to do as we go through signatures, how we're supposed to summarize.
Within 2
Very
blocks.
good.
The resolution typically says how many are within 2 blocks and how many are within the building.
Yeah, that should be put on the guidance program. Because we didn't tell them that.
I think this also just underscores for everyone, sorry, I'm giving a lot of sidebars, but this is the amount of work that does go in before meetings typically. So I just want everyone to understand.
David, I can't remember, which application did you review the petitions for?
It was the one at 282 grand. It's a different one.
Okay, I think we should do that one next since you've done that work on the petition. So
Okay.
that might
We should what with that? Sorry.
review that application next. You said 282?
Yeah,
Grand Street?
it's fused. It's on a different, it's a different agenda item.
Oh, yeah,
Not
it
this
is.
one, right?
What number is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Oh,
Never mind, I'll find it.
Could we finish one before we
Yeah.
start addressing another?
We're just getting prepared.
Okay.
Although I've been inundated with emails after emails, and I do apologize. I remember sent out an email with the SLA chairpersons, and I assigned everyone, I guess, at least two of the applicants. I can't find that email to even refer to see who had what, and if possible, if they've at least done maybe one or both petitions. So if you have reviewed the petitions on the ones that were referred to you, just let me know so that I can rearrange the agenda to go to those that are, at least one that has and one that hasn't, so that we can try to do is work as efficiently as possible based on the working time frame that we've had. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Arnett, for delegating. And I know you had a lot to deal with in terms of the transition and handover. Just to be very frank, there wasn't a lot of time once we did receive the assignments to do the research. So from a petition standpoint, I didn't realize that was specifically what was needed. But that's helpful to know going forward for the process for all of us. And to just like not having enough time to be able to do our usual process. So unfortunately, I don't feel well prepared coming into this, but I can do it in the background while we hear comments.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Yes, Sarah?
So for this application, there were 31 residents who live within 2 blocks, including 3 who live in the same building. I also just want to kind of endorse what Amanda said. It was a bit unclear what exactly was on us in the email that had the assignments on Saturday. And as you all saw, it does take a while to do some of this work, and usually we have a week, and it can be challenging to receive the assignments so late. Even though I do appreciate that Susan did majority of the work, it was unclear to me which aspect we were meant to do as well. I would recommend that for folks who didn't do their assignments, now that you have made it clear, Chair, that we all do our assignments if we've not already done them, like David, while we are on another item, while listening, of course, and being attentive, but that's what I would recommend.
Okay, so you're ready to vote on this one?
Yeah. Amanda, let's see. So you got the petition? Okay. Amanda, would you like to read the resolution, please? As it stands with we have the stipulation in there. We have the petition numbers in there. Is this the normal recourse of reading the resolution after we've received that information, or no, or we just vote for it? Sorry again for these nuances and these questions.
No worries, I'm happy to answer on behalf of everyone. I think when it's a small change like this, we're okay with just voting as is. Feel free to disagree, anyone, but I think we're okay to vote.
Sarah, did you want to say something? I'm sorry. Sarah's hand is up. Sarah?
Oh, nope. Sorry, meant to lower it.
Okay. Jamie, were you about to speak?
No, I was just agreeing with Sarah, with Amanda.
Okay. Okay, so let's put a motion to vote for the approval or vote for this resolution. I'm so sorry.
Did you just say to start the vote or ask for a motion? You don't need to ask for a motion.
Start the vote. Sorry, David. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm so happy you're here. Start the vote.
I think, Annette, you have to call and we will vote.
Now I'm going back to I have my name. Let's see. Okay, Sarah,
Yes.
David Crane,
Yes.
Jamie Fielder,
Yes.
Amanda Lou,
Yes.
Jesse Beck. No, not Jesse. Clint,
Yes.
Arnett, yes. Okay. So this resolution is approved, correct? Correct.
Who is, are you taking the votes down? Arnett, for the minute template?
Mm, I was trying to, yes, I am, I guess. Yes, yes, yes. On the paper. Yep. Got it. And let's see. I like to move to go to application number. David did his. That's
13, I think. Were you doing
yes,
13?
13.
Okay, so I'll give the summary for that, which again is just from the resolution. So I may want to start getting the resolution up. Cask Stream doing business as Creston is seeking a full on-premise license at 282 Grand Street between Forsyth and Eldridge. It's an application for wine and whiskey bar restaurant serving light tapas food all hours with 2 tables, 12 seats, 1 bar, 8 bar seats, and a full kitchen, no televisions, no live music. Requested hours are open 6 a.m. all days, closed Sunday to Wednesday at 1 a.m., Thursday to Saturday at 2 a.m., with customers seated by reservation only. There are 7 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This is a new development that does not yet have residents or commercial tenants. The applicant has previously been a license holder at Elvidge, a nightclub serving full liquor on 45th Street. That's the summary. So do we want to figure out who the applicant is so we can promote him?
Oh, I have a question. So I'm finished. You guys voted. for
Yeah, I was
me,
gonna
we're
say
good?
Sherry.
Yes, it's approved, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But-
Yes, Jamie, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jamie.
No, I was just gonna say we should probably unpin Sherry.
Yeah.
And thank her for her patience and thank everybody else for their patience as well.
Okay, so
Can the applicant raise their hand so I can promote them?
okay, it's Samuel and 2 people.
The applicants have been promoted.
Okay. Okay, applicants. I don't know which one, whoever wants to represent. You have the floor to discuss your application.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. My name is Samuel, and I'm the attorney for Tomo Sato, and he is with us today. And he's a professional sommelier, and always he wanted to open a wine bar. And he has found a location in a new building that's being built up. He's very excited about this location. It's a very small area. He only sees 12 people. He's going to have background music only. He has a lot of experience with wines, and he wants to give it a shot at this location. Tomo-san?
Hello. Yes,
Can
I'm
you-
here.
Yeah. Yes, I think they want to hear from you. Can you say a few words about yourself?
Yes. I was born in Japan and have an experience over the 20 years in the food industry. And previously, I had my own place as a kind of social bar on the 45th Street since 2008 to 2017. Yes, and about 10 years with a full liquor license. And I am more like interested in the wine business, and I got the certified sommelier certification in year of 2016, and I'd like to present all the wine related drinks, such as the like a fortified wine and also the like a grappa and stuff like that. So that's the reason why I'm applying for the full liquor license for this location.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more thing about the hours. Sato-san is asking for early hours, and in the morning he's going to be trying bakery. The rent is very high, so he's trying to offer coffee, bakery items, that kind of item. That's why he's asking for early hours in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Committee, let's see who has the host. Okay, David?
Yeah, about those hours. 6 a.m., you probably don't want to guarantee that you will always be open every day by 6 a.m. You may open earlier than the time that you put here. This is the must open by time.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So pick something that you're more likely to be able to stick to.
I think probably 8 o'clock in the morning. Tomo-san, is that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because if you
Yes.
ever opened later than 8 a.m., you would be in violation of your license if you put 8 a.m. here.
Oh.
Tomo-san, you let us know.
Yes. So at the beginning, I don't think I can do everything for the full hour operation. So maybe starting from like 10, 11-ish. So from the afternoon hours. Then if we have enough staff members, then I'd like to open a little bit early for the morning service.
Sure, you would be able to. Which do you want us to put? 10 a.m., 11 a.m.?
11 a.m. is
11 a.m.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sarah?
I had a question. I think this is for Susan, since the office prepared the resolution. Though if you don't know Susan, then we could also ask the applicant. The other location where the applicant holds a license, have there been any complaints at that location? Not 311 complaints, sorry, I meant SLA violations. Ooh, getting myself.
There were not, I did not look at the other location.
Can the applicant answer? Have you had any SLA violations at your other?
No, not at all for 10 years.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important to note in the resolution. If the rest of the committee is okay with Amanda adding that there have been no SLA violations, this applicant has previously been, yeah, that one right there. You got it, Amanda.
I have a question. Susan or anyone on the committee. This is a full liquor license for there's, since it's a new building, there's been no other liquor licenses or for this particular location at 282 Grant Street, correct? I didn't
Yes, that's
pass.
correct.
Okay.
So I think there's two hands up.
David, then Sarah.
I wondered if you wanted to add in about the petitions at the moment now? No, I mean,
Yes, please, David,
Okay.
thank you.
all right, so there is within 2 blocks, I'm gonna count the one that's fully around the block. There are 5. There are none in the building or adjacent to it, and there are 5 within 2 blocks. The other 12 aren't gonna count.
If I may mention about the petitions, the building that we're in, there are no residences occupying the building yet.
Okay, and I don't know about next door, and in this case, there's not really a behind because of the way that.
Right. So Tomo-san spent 3 days knocking on doors and trying to go upstairs. And a lot of people, some of the people that came down didn't speak the English language and didn't want to participate. So it was very frustrating. But Tomo-san did spend 3 days in the neighborhood trying to look for these petition signatures.
I have a question for the applicant. As you walk the neighborhood and see that we have quite a few establishments with liquor licenses, full, partial. What is it that sets you guys apart? What's different? What are you bringing different to the community? What is the target market of your establishment? Things of that nature. Could you answer those questions?
Tomo-san, you want to give it a shot?
You mean the main target for the customers?
Yeah, what is your target market? Like when you open it up, who are you targeting? Who do you want in your establishment?
Mostly for the neighbors. People are gathering. The street is not that busy at this moment at the evening hours, like a Lower East Side. And I have many the friends from our industry, so that's the part of the reason to share information and also the connection to the other the people who works in industry, like a sushi chef and the pastry chef, and if after they finish their work, and then they can come and sit down and relax and have some the glass of wine. Those places, it's a really small space, so yeah, it's more like a friendly, like to the neighborhood and also the industry people. That's what am I targeting.
Sarah?
I just wanted to make, one recommendation to the applicant, because I know you had mentioned that that you had been canvassing and had, encountered some translation issues, and I think that's fairly common. I definitely think, should you go through this process again, we've seen other folks who kind of engage a translator to help them in that process. That said, I definitely think it's really helpful that Susan had included this whereas clause about this being in a new development, so that we know that it's not, really possible for you to get any signatures, obviously from the same building. I'm not familiar with this development and where it's located, so I don't know how much of the block it takes up, but I definitely think that is a really important context, because you can't get this kind of signatures that others might be able to get in this situation. So I appreciate that addition.
What we did do, once we found out that getting the signatures was getting a little difficult, we did reach out to the community board, and we had a conversation with LES Dwellers and the Orchards Block Association. So they did reach out to us, and we did respond to their inquiry and their concerns. Their concerns were like you guys' concerns, the hours, what kind of operation. They wanted to know, we're so wine focused, but why we need a full liquor. And the reason that we need a full liquor is that some of these cocktails that Tomo-san is doing is fortified with whiskey. And also we would like to serve some part of this whiskey as well, because some people drink whiskey as opposed to wine. So we did engage in that conversation with 2 community board members. Just want to let you guys know.
If there are no more committee members with any questions, I'd like to move to the public. I see one hand up.
In this situation, if you could just name who you want to speak first, because I don't want to have everyone speaking at the same time, Arnett. So just
No problem. I'm sorry about that. You did mention that. DB first and then Tamara next.
DB, go ahead.
Hi, this is Yim from the LA Dwellers. Just to clarification point, we didn't talk to this applicant. So he sent an email. This was not in our jurisdiction, and that he had no conversation with us. So we did not support or have any conversation with this applicant. Just want to clarify that.
Okay, thanks, DM.
I'm sorry about that. When I sent an email and did respond, I thought that was a conversation, but I take that back. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna unmute Tamara now.
Yes. Okay, Tamara.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, excuse me. Excuse me. I just wanted to clarify that we did have an email exchange of 2 emails where I asked the applicant if he was willing to, in good faith, proceed with beer and wine since he is purporting to be a wine bar. And he said he was not willing to do that. I don't want to be misrepresented as to say that we had a discussion where or any residents that I speak for are approving this. We don't support it. Obviously not for the neighbors in the and excuse me. Again, in good faith, if you want to come into a new space that's never been licensed before, you would want to show the community by having earlier hours as well as beer and wine to show that you are a good operator for the community. And that is what we requested. And they told us they had no interest in doing that. So this is not really a wine bar, it's a bar. I guess it's a focus on wines, but it's a full bar and we don't support it. So let us not be misrepresented. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Marcel. Can you promote Marcel, sir?
I don't see oh, there we go. Sorry. Go ahead, Marcel.
Hi, I'm Marcel. I live right around the corner from there, not too far. It isn't exactly in my jurisdiction, but it's the cusp between that and what Hell Square 2 would be. I know there's construction being made, but I want to echo what Tamara said. I feel like if you want to come into the neighborhood, you need to prove that you are going to be the type of operator that's going to be considerate of the neighbors. And with these hours, and already with this sort of idea that you are a wine bar, but it's a full operating liquor license, I strongly oppose to that. We have had in the past people who have come into the neighborhood with that sort of agenda and it never works out. We have so many problems that, are hostile and they start out like this, and just, I completely oppose to this. Thank you.
If folks have spoken, can they lower their hands? I think Michelle's the only remaining person who hasn't spoken. So I'm going to unmute.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I just wanted to say that for those of you who are not familiar with this area, it's extremely commercial here on Grand Street. A wide street that's generally zoned commercial. It's not anything like the other side of Allen, which the other speakers were referencing. It is nowhere near Orchard Street or particularities as a highly residential area. So, as someone who lives very close, I just wanted to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all of the community members.
Are there any other, oh, okay. Jamie? Go ahead.
This is more to like my fellow community board members. This is an application for a place with 2 tables, 12 seats, with a very detailed, thought out menu. At least that's what there's been represented, and we've seen plenty of applications that have shown less effort. In my personal opinion, also echoing what Michelle just said, is it's a commercial area, it's a tiny space, it's a well thought application, and I personally have no problem with it whatsoever.
Is there any other questions or comments for the applicant? Okay, Sarah?
I just wanted to second what Jamie said. I think this could really add a lot to the community, and it's a very commercial area.
Okay, this is close to my side of town where I live. And honestly, as a community member, I don't approve of the license. One being that there hasn't been a license there. I don't want to open up Pandora's box and start opening up new developments with licenses, because we do have new developments coming up. And as everyone said, it is more of a commercial area. So there isn't any, like, not a lot of nightlife. However, if you're targeting able-bodied people like myself, I can clearly walk over to somewhere where there's more nightlife and more, more entertainment and drinks and all that good stuff. I don't necessarily have to go around the block to have something. We have bars in the vicinity. I think they're pretty well spread apart. I don't see a need for this establishment. It is very small. I get that, but I don't see a need as a community member for an establishment like this. So that's my 2 cents. I don't approve of the application. Go ahead, Jay.
Obviously, I totally respect your opinion on the specific application. I just think that it's dangerous for us to be referencing the notion of saying no to things in general based on new developments coming into the area. I don't think that we can say we don't want licenses in new development. I don't think that's within our purview or our right. And I think that we should and have to address each application on its own merits. So I respect your opinion on this one. I just think that we need to be careful about what we say and why each member is choosing to have their opinion.
Okay, Sarah?
I also I think wanted to bring in, just from an SLA perspective, that there have been applications and new developments that do get approved. So the never been licensed, I don't think is pertinent here because it's a new development. So there isn't a history because the development didn't exist there. So definitely, like, your personal experience is important, and appreciate you bringing that, as I personally don't live on this block or near this block, but I do think just wanted to add that part in because I know that we've had a lot of discussion about never been licensed locations in this committee previously.
Thank you. Clint?
Hi, so I would just like to say, I in general, I agree with some of what the other committee board members have said, is that the committee members, this is, it is a commercial area, and fine with that. I don't necessarily have a major problem with what he's proposing. I think my concern is, yes, it's a new development, but it is an unlicensed location. So, there are standards that have to be met, and I'm not quite sure what community benefit this is actually providing. It is a new development. It's not, there are plenty of other places in the area. I'm not sure how we can meet the standard of the state law that says there needs to be a community benefit for approving a license in an unlicensed location. So that's the only thing. I would probably support this more strongly if it was in another location. I'm just a little bit questioning his choice of location for this application. So that's part of my 2 cents. And I guess I had another question about, and it is a new location, so I'm sure it's not going to be an issue, but it's still on his application says pending C of O for the applicant. Have you had any progress with that at all?
Yes, it's the landlord's obligation to procure the CO for us. So he's very close to getting a permanent CO.
But you don't have a temporary C of O at this moment either?
I don't have a temporary CO at the moment, but I'm told that's forthcoming very quickly. We also, there's a build out time. We're going to be building this out for 4 or 5 months. So that's, I'm going to have to produce a CO.
So it's not, okay, sorry. And that's my fault. I was just kind of recent in this. I didn't have much time to do research. So it's not even completed at all yet.
Well, the building is up and the retail space is already there, but there's a lot of work that goes into creating a nice small retail food restaurant. So, and this is going to take some time, and there's going to be a lot of money invested there. We're trying to make this very, very nice and small, very high end, classy, and we, Tomo-san spent a lot of time looking at the neighborhoods. He really feels like he can make a go here. We realize that rent is very high, but he really thinks that he's bringing something different to the community, something more valuable. He doesn't intend to be disruptive. He's going to provide phone numbers for his manager and himself to the community board members if there's any complaints. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, Susan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the SLA not too long ago, and the attorney can probably give me a better date, no longer requires the C of O at the application. I think they have a year to produce that now. And I would say as far as, legally new development, that kind of stuff, it would, and this is not a comment on the application whatsoever, but I think it's still the 3 or more within 500 feet, or that is the most important issue.
Okay,
Yes, the once the liquor license application gets approved by the liquor authority, they don't require a CO, but we do have an obligation to present the CO within 1 year.
Right.
Otherwise, we lose our license.
Yes, that's what I was explaining. They changed it. It used to be at time of application. Now it's 1 year.
Jamie?
Hey, when we're talking about, first of all, this street itself is, as we talked about, a more commercial area. We talk a lot about not putting more bars into what people describe as oversaturated areas. There's not a huge amount going on in this area right now. This seems to me a much more logical place for a small, really, this is such a small location. And the issues that this community has with liquor, is with noise. It's not with, the issue we have is with bad operators, not with the physical entity. So an applicant who is coming forth with previous experience, with no SLA complaints, with no 311 complaints, in a tiny location, in a generally commercial area, this to me seems like a public benefit as a conscientious individual. That is my personal take on this situation.
Thank you, Jamie. Sarah?
Jamie stole my thunder. I was going to say that. Just Clint, in response to what you were saying, there are 2 criteria that we consider per our 2016 resolution as a committee, that for public benefit, either they must be a conscientious business owner or provide a benefit to the community. And so I definitely agree with what Jamie said.
Thank you. As you all know, this is part education for me. So I am open to every comment, and I really appreciate it. My stance still remains the same. And in listening to that, I have more questions as far as the community benefit, as Clint mentioned. I still don't, I may not be as eloquent, but the actual intent behind most of my opposition is that it doesn't bring anything to the community. And as when we talk about bringing something to the community, it's really about engaging and being a part of the community and giving a benefit. A little short 2-second background. I really feel privileged and honored to be in this committee as well as the chair. My best friend's grandfather opened the first bar, African-American owned bar on 10th Street named Pee Wee's. It was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was in the 70s, so I didn't get to enjoy. But one of the things that I do love about the stories is that he brought something to the community. And at the time, Tompkins Square Park had a lot of actors and poets, and everyone was able to engage into that bar. And also, it also allowed for up and coming Lower East Side residents to participate and show their talent. So when I think of places and spaces and we're granting new licenses, I want to know what is it going to bring for the community. I just don't want to start to add on new licenses and they're not partaking in the community or giving back to the community or being a part of the community. And because it's so small, I don't even see a space for where the community can even engage. And not only just that, I don't see it giving back. And I just don't agree. Okay, David, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. On the issue of public benefit, in this case, there's only 7 within 500 feet. I don't see this as an oversaturated area. I'm support this, and I kind of want to move along here. But generally, especially if we are making an argument that it is in what we usually consider an oversaturated area, 15, 20 plus licenses, 500 square feet, we do need to start adding clauses about what we feel the public benefit is, because we'll end up with the SLA going, they're not being consistent. All right. We're not going to be able to make the argument successfully that we're against new licenses or whatever, we're against this license in a saturated area if we have, I guess I'll say we've carved out an exception, but not carefully explained why we are doing that. So on other applications, I do think we need to pause. If we are going to approve something in an oversaturated area, we do need to, in those cases, craft the statement about why we see it as a public benefit, just to, be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, Sarah?
I love when I agree with David because he's the smartest person in the room a lot of times. I did want to just, echo him. I don't see this as saturated area. It's not on our list of saturated areas in our guidance. Arnett, I know we're kind of doing like a lot of, explaining and orienting. So I will say it's very important to this committee to follow our guidance. We kind of want everyone who's applying to have the same information going in. And then that means we as a committee have to hold ourselves accountable to the guidance. And so I definitely, agree with David that we haven't issued this area as a problem area, oversaturated area in our guidance. So we should see it that way as a committee, so that applicants are coming in, knowing what to expect, as well as, community members kind of know where we feel the problem areas are, and we can continue to gain input from that. And then just to the public benefit, I did want to clarify again, a previous resolution that we had passed as a committee in 2016, predating my involvement, but is available on our website, does establish that the public benefit, we define it as either a conscientious business owner or a public benefit to the community. So I just want to clarify that our kind of obligation is to see in a situation with public benefit to see if it's one or the other. It doesn't have to be both, in my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but that's how I've explained my votes in the past, to David's point, and no one has corrected me.
Okay, I'm going to ask if any other comments, if the comments are not to educate me further on changing my mind, then I'll hear them. But I just want to know if there's new information that needs to be, if it's new information, then I would like to hear it. If it's just more clarification, then I want to move ahead. Thank you. Okay, Clint?
Yep, I just want to correct one thing. I just did a count and we need to correct this in the resolution. There are actually 12 on-premises licensed within 500 feet per the lamp map and 3 pending. So that is a higher number. I'm not saying that changes anything. I just counted on the SLA lamp map and there are 12 currently and 3 pending.
We don't typically.
We don't put pending.
We don't
Pending
know.
doesn't count legally.
Okay, but still the number should be corrected from 7 to 12. That's all I'm saying. It's an incorrect number. I don't think it changes anything. I just think just to make sure the numbers are correct.
Thank you, Clint. David?
Call the question, or at least move on to something that must be done so that we can vote.
Yeah, that's the projection that I have. Okay, so next would be, do we have any stipulations for this one or no? Because it's in like new. Okay. Okay, so Clint, we can I guess move on to the stipulations.
I will share my screen and bring up that resolution. Stipulation, sorry. Okay, so I, Tomohiro Sato, as a qualified representative, will agree to the following stipulations. My license type is liquor, wine, beer, and cider. I will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a whiskey bar, with wine and whiskey bar and restaurant. My hours of operation will be Monday through Wednesday, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
We have to change the.
We changed that to 11 a.m.
That's right,
the
I'm sorry.
starting
I should have been updating this as it went, but
Sorry.
So it's 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., Thursday through Saturday is 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. So you checked out, I will not have outdoor dining. Sorry, that's taken care of. You don't have security personnel. I will install soundproofing. It's a new building, not an issue. I will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. I will not have DJs, live music. You did not check off third party.
We're not going to have any third-party promoted events.
Great. And you did check off no scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded background music only. I will not apply for an alteration to this method without coming to CV3 first. I will not seek a change in class. That's actually not applicable because it is already a full license. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. I will have a happy hour and it will end by 5:30 p.m. I will not have wait lines outside. I will have a staff person responsible for no loitering, noise, or crowds. I will conspicuously post this stipulation form beside my liquor license, and residents may contact the manager owner at the number below. Is everything correct with that?
In
Yes.
item number 8, are there going to be cover charges?
No.
Oh, so, okay. Everything else, does anyone else have any corrections or changes? Okay.
One other thing, I do want to also recognize the comments made by the community. One being that the community did ask for a stipulation of having just beer and wine and not liquor, and the applicant refused on that. We didn't discuss that, but I just wanted to make sure that's on the record because that also struck a note to me about the community reaching out and the applicant not being willing to adjust or have a stipulation for just having the beer and wine for at least a year and coming back, or just having that as an option. Just wanted to reverberate what the community said. Yes. Let's go with Dave. I'm sorry, go ahead, Samuel.
I'm sorry. you know, I did send the email and the email came back. I did respond. They came back with an email. It's not as if we turned them down. We tried to explain to them. After we explained to them, they didn't come back to me. So even though I made a mistake in saying that I had a conversation by sending an email, that's not the response we gave. We were trying to provide them with information. It was their attitude was already predetermined against the applicant, if I may say. I just wanted to be fair to Tomo-san. We did really try out.
Okay, no, but there was one of the community members, Tamara, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, said they did have a conversation with you and asked if you would be willing to just have a beer and wine license for now. And if that conversation didn't happen, I apologize, because that's what I thought I heard from her. But if not, would you be able, I'm asking now, would you be able or willing to be flexible and just having a beer and wine license and returning back and asking for a full license?
Yeah, the nature of this restaurant is that he has cocktails, wine cocktails with fortified, so that requires whiskey for liquor, and that's the reason that we need that. And the financial pressure upon this business is such that we do like to be able to sell hard liquor as well. But the focus is wine, but we'd really like to have that. And for us to be able to survive paying this kind of rent and develop the clientele base, we really would like to be able to full liquor. And we're going to try to prove it to you that we are going to be an asset to the community. This is going to be a very classy operation. You're not going to get any complaints. I know Tomo-san for a long time. This is his dream to have just a restaurant focused with wine and cocktail and a little bit of whiskey on the side. And we'd like to be able to get this running from the very beginning, as opposed to having to wait another year and a half, and to go through the process.
Okay, thank you. So
We'd like to-
so the answer, okay,
Yeah.
no, I get it. I hear you. So the answer is no, you need you require the full licensing in order to be viable and have the operation. I get it. So the answer is no. Okay. Okay, Amanda, would you mind putting up the resolution, please? Okay, Sarah, do you have something?
Typically, we wouldn't include like about the like kind of brokering process with the groups. So I don't know if others on the committee feel uncomfortable with that. Just wanted to express I do. I also just wanted to add, and I'm sorry, I know this is like more orientation, but we typically don't really look kindly on applicants who ask for wine beer and then come back in a year for a liquor license. So we've been, I think, maybe Susan can speak more to that, because I think that's like the office process. So I'll just stop.
What we say is that they must be operating 1 year before they come back. We actually voted on that it's part of our administrative approval. If they get a beer wine, that they have to wait a year.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. As Sarah, Jamie.
Yeah, as a business owner in this community board area, if I were to follow the recommendations of every individual member of the community who asked me to do things, there would be some wild things happening at bars and restaurants. It is up to us to judge on the main, and not to hear and to listen to every member of the community, as we should, but to recognize when there is an individual voice with a thought or a larger concurrence of voices and opinions. And in this instance, we have not heard significant complaint about this applicant or the idea or its existence. And I don't think that we should be, on the basis of one public testimony, suggesting to the applicant that we make changes unless the board as a whole feels that it's appropriate.
Yep. Thank you, Jamie. David?
I call the question. Just so everyone knows, that needs a second, and it ought to go to a vote, or at least if there's no objection. If people want to stop talking, you might want to second me this
I'll
time.
second.
I second.
Thanks, David.
Okay, I'm.
So Arnett, you can just say, so
Thank you, Tim.
if there's no objection to that, we'll go right to a vote.
Yeah, right, if no objection, so we go right to a vote, which is where I wanted to do to begin with. But yes, let's go right to a vote. And let's see, I get the names up again. Okay, I'll go by who's on the thing. Okay, David Crane,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Clint,
Yes.
Arnett, yes. Okay, let's go to the Samuel and the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you
for
very much.
appearing, and thank you for being patient, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. And we'll be good members of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what do you want me to do next?
Number 5, 48 Bowery.
Okay. Let me just. Okay, this is where Torres, New York, Inc., doing business, I'm not gonna, and Iku, not gonna say that, is seeking a full premise liquor license in the premises at 48 Bowery, also known as 15 Elizabeth Street. This is in the Chinatown Arcade running between Canal Street and Bayard Street. This is an application for a full-service Japanese restaurant with 17 tables, 60 seats, 1 bar, and 8 seats. The kitchen open, serving food during all hours of operation, no TVs, no live music, 7 days a week from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. License for on-premise licenses. The applicant owns a similar business with a beer wine license in Manhattan as well as others in Japan. He has now previously been a full liquor license holder. Location is currently unlicensed, and that's a summary. And I just would like to emphasize that this is within an arcade. It doesn't even open onto a street.
And the applicants raise their hands. I see Heather.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, Heather. Whenever you're ready, Heather, you can you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Arnett. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So one clarification to what Susan said. Thank you very much, Susan, for the recap. Their current license that they have in Manhattan Community Board 6 is actually for full liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies for that. A couple things that I realized weren't on the packet that I think you have before you is number of employees. So I just want to clarify that they're expecting 7 to 10 employees. And happy hour as well would end at 6 p.m. As Susan mentioned, this is in the arcade, so there isn't a facade or entrance that opens out onto the sidewalk, no outside seating, background music only. This is a full service restaurant. Yakiniku Taraji is the name. It's a Japanese barbecue style restaurant, closing at midnight all nights. happy to answer any questions that you guys have. I'm here with Aki Miyazono as well. I'm not sure if he's been added as a panelist.
He's not, now he is.
Okay. Sorry, for some reason I can't see anyone's faces. All I see is the
Really?
yeah, it might just be a setting on my end. Oh, there we go. Now I can see you guys.
Okay, are there any committee members that have any questions for the applicant? Yeah, I don't either. Seems to be straightforward. Do we have any public, from anyone from the public have any questions or comments? Let's see, I didn't assign anyone. David, would you mind looking to see if there petition for this applicant?
Sure, I will go look at that.
Should be a total of 24.
Well, shoot.
Okay, Amanda, we have to change where it says the applicant has not previously been a full liquor license holder.
I see no. Well, I don't see petitions attached in the email. Are they embedded in the application?
Yeah, they're usually, we attach ours at the very end of the application, behind the notice posting.
Yeah, they're posted on our website under the questionnaire.
There should be 3 pages.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I'm still.
Sorry.
No, it's not you. It's we had an email with a link for petitions, but this one didn't have that link. So I'm looking where you suggested.
If not, I'm happy to re-email them.
Am I not looking at the right one? This is 48 Bowery.
That's
Okay,
Just
Elizabeth.
open the questionnaire document, David, and scroll to the end.
To the
That's what-
very end, the questionnaire
Yes.
PDF. At the very end, I'm seeing some photographs.
After the photographs.
I don't have anything after the photographs. 28 is the last one on what I have in the email. Am I looking at the wrong one? This was item number 5.
Yes.
And the questionnaire. Mine has 28 pages, and the 28th page is a.
There are no petitions posted.
Would you like me to resend it?
Yes.
Be helpful. I'll just send the petitions to you, Susan, if that's okay. Just so
Sure.
it's easier for you. I'm sorry.
But
Yeah.
Sarah, if you had seen it, which page is it on? Or did you see it, or you just?
No, I said it's not there.
Okay.
I was parroting what the applicant said because it seemed like she had a very clear.
Right. Yeah, I don't, it's not in my attachment then. It's not
I'm
in.
sorry, and
I don't see it either.
I've got an electronic version up in front of me.
If you're wanting me to look at it, we're gonna have to get the email routed over to me. We could also really. On this one, I believe that we could decide we would do this afterwards because I'm pretty sure the SLA is gonna approve it, and I know I will.
I just sent them over to Susan, so should.
I'd also say it's in an arcade and then the neighbor outside is a large hotel.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we've been spending an hour per application and we can have to speed this up. I think in this one case, we could add this one later after the meeting, the counts of petitions. Unless for some reason other people think we should not approve this, I think that we can go straight to the.
If the applicant.
Yeah, I would like, if there are no other procedural needs, I would like to go ahead and go for a vote and
Well, it is then the marching through the stipulations, which is something we kind of do all the time.
mhm.
Seems like a ritual, but we want to make sure we have everything checked off exactly because that is what the applicant is expected to approve.
Okay, Clint, you're up.
No, I have no problem whatsoever. Like,
Okay.
Yep.
No, the stipulation, yeah, put the
Oh,
stipulation. and we
sorry. Yep, I'm getting it right up now. It is this. Yep, this one. Gotcha. Okay. Oops, sorry. That is the right one, sorry. Just flip to a different screen on my computer. Okay, sorry, and what is the name of the applicant?
Oh, they usually fill that out when they send it.
Okay, sorry, I'll leave that in. So anyways, my license type is a liquor, wine, beer. I will operate as a full service restaurant, specifically a Japanese restaurant with the kitchen open serving food all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It's inside the arcade, so none of those other things apply. I will have a closed fixed facade. I will not have DJs, live music, promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded background music only. I will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation without coming before CV3 first. I will not participate in pub crawls, party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. Now, you did not check off, you weren't having a happy hour, were you?
Clinton till 6 p.m., please.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
I will have a happy hour that will end by 6 p.m. I will not have wait lines outside. I will staff person for ensuring there's no loitering noise or crowd. I will conspicuously post the stipulation beside my liquor license. Residents may contact the manager at the number below. Everything look good to everyone?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I will save this and we'll send it out. So it'll be sent out tomorrow.
Okay, so at this point, can we just call for a vote for? Okay, David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda? I see yes.
Yes.
I see
Yeah,
Amanda,
sorry,
yes.
on my unmute button.
Okay, Sarah,
Yes.
Clint,
Yes.
Oh, give me a-
Jamie, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Aaron, yes. I think all in favor. Okay, thank you, Heather, for being patient.
Thanks,
Appreciate it,
everyone.
and congratulations.
Have a great night.
So Arnett, if you could keep a to-do list of things where we decided to defer till after the meeting and make sure that we get those assigned, either that you follow up or, contact one of us. We can't assume that it's just going to happen. In other words, great.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I want to move to number 6, and Jamie, would you mind to see if there are any petitions for number 6 while we're?
I can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. I know I'm trying to speed it up. That I appreciate everyone's
Oh,
patience.
sorry. I'm gonna have to leave and go to work shortly. But I'm
okay.
That's all right.
Okay,
I'm gonna do the count beforehand.
Jamie,
Okay,
I
Sarah?
did it already. I'm doing them in the background. There are,
Thank you, Sarah.
I sent it to Amanda. Wait, let me find it, because it was Amanda's, and Amanda's doing a lot of hard work with the screen sharing, so I offered to do it for her. 1 second.
You
It
want me to do the summary?
Yes, Susan, if you don't mind.
Sure. This says DBA is Potluck Club. It's an existing business seeking an upgrade to a full on-premise liquor license in the premises located at 133 Christie Street between Canal Street and Bayard. It's an existing Cantonese American restaurant operating since July 2022 with 11 tables, 53 seats, 1 food counter, 5 seats, 1 bar, 7 seats, kitchen open serving food all hours, no televisions, no live music, open at noon every day, close at 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 13 on-premise licenses within 500 feet. Applicant also owned and operated Fan Restaurant in Brooklyn from 2000 to 18 with an on-premises liquor license, and that's it.
Thank you, Susan. Are the applicants promoted?
They have,
Is that a yes?
It's able to speak now.
Applicants, if you're here, you can speak. You have the floor.
Hi, I'm here.
Michael, are you presenting?
The applicants have the floor. If you don't mind, you can speak now.
Yeah, I was trying to find Michael Kelly.
Yeah, Michael Kelly's our
Okay.
our attorney. I'm texting him right now because he says he's on.
It's Michael that has no Kelly. Let's see. We'll give him a chance. Is that you, Michael?
Is he able to raise hand function, or if it's a phone, I know it's hard to find. If we don't find him soon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay, here I am. Sorry about that. I did not put my video on. Okay, just to clarify, we opened in May of 2022. They've been open and operating with a temporary and a 2-year restaurant wine license since July 15th of 2022. I could not find any 311 complaints. We have not had any from our neighbors. We've had numerous online articles, some that I emailed in, praising the food and the atmosphere. Stephen also has his interior design business in the same building, which is all commercial and office space. We did submit 18 signatures, 6 from our direct neighbors. To be transparent, the petition has a closing hour of 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. The only deviation from the restaurant wine license would have been the closing hour of 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, which doesn't match the petition, so we would go back to 12 a.m. As was previously stated, Stephen had an on-premise liquor license in Brooklyn for about 18 years. And Stephen and his son would like to say a little bit about the restaurant.
Hi, yeah, we opened Potluck Club a little bit over a year ago. You know, it's our family space. We're very proud of what we do. We do Cantonese American restaurant. I'm a child of immigrant. You know, we are very proud of what we're doing for the community. You guys speak of the community because we are first generation born here, and we would love to continue giving Chinatown our culture because we do see that a lot of places in Chinatown are starting to close. And we are losing a lot of our culture and a lot of great restaurants. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to have a renaissance of our culture and our food so that we continue thriving in Chinatown because we see a lot of it going away.
Okay. Thank you, Michael and Stephen. Are there any committee members with any questions?
I don't have a question. I just, did want to highlight that. It's actually really interesting, how you brought up that community aspect earlier, because I think this is an applicant that absolutely represents that. I've heard the story. I typically don't go to most of the restaurants that we're looking at because the committee knows I don't really drink. But I think this is, a wonderful establishment, and I really appreciate that it is, a family-run business and that they're really trying to bring something to the community that's rapidly disappearing. So I wanted to just elevate that point made by the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
The applicant said, I think that the midnight closing, that is what's on the petition. And so where we have 1 a.m. in the two places, the applicant has said it would be midnight. Great.
Thank you, David. Are there any, let's see.
It's also in the STIP.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. You're moving quick. Thank you. Amanda's working on that. Let's see, Clint. Let's see. Hold on. Wait, 17 residents who live within 2 blocks. Okay, Clint, you want to pull up the stipulation? I see 17 residents who live within. Okay. Clint, would you like to pull up the stipulation so that we can make sure the resolution and the stip are good?
All right, Clint, you are muted. I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah. Clint, were you talking?
Yeah, sorry, I was reading off. I pulled up the application, but forgot to start reading. Sorry. I'll start over. The applicant agrees they will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Cantonese American restaurant, with a kitchen open and serving food all hours. Their hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days. They will not use outdoor space for commercial use. They will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or when any amplified sound is playing. They will not have DJs, live music, promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. They will play ambient music, recorded background music only. Will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation without coming to CB3 first. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. They will have a happy hour until 8 p.m. Will not have wait lines. I will conspicuously post the stipulation beside the liquor licenses, and residents may contact the manager at the number below. Any questions or corrections to that stipulations?
No.
Okay.
Well, one tiny thing is on Saturdays and Sundays for brunch, we open at 11, not noon.
Oh, okay. So I think, kind of as we stated before, I don't know if you heard, we usually say the hours of operation are no later than 12 p.m., 12 a.m. So you could still open earlier if you want to for Saturdays, or if you change it, that means you have to open at 11, which is fine. It's just, that's what you're agreeing to.
Okay.
So if we leave it at 12, you can still open at 11, but if we change it to 11, you definitely have to do that.
Oh, no, that's fine. We'll leave it at noon. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
Yeah. On the other form, or basically says we'll open no later than 12 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have anything else to add or correct? Perfect. So I will save this and these will be sent out to you.
Okay, thank you, Clint. I guess do you want to put the resolution up one more time, Amanda? I think we all agree on the res though.
Quick thing too, just because now that I think about that quick rule about opening, right now, Monday through Friday, we are not open at 12. We open for dinner time only. We don't serve during lunch.
Oh, okay. So
that would matter, right? Because you're saying if it's
that would matter, yes. So what you're saying is your hours should be which days did you say?
Right now, Monday through Friday, it's 5:30. We open at 5.
Okay, hold on.
And then on the weekends, we do the brunch hour, which is, we start at 11.
Okay, I'll let you, Amanda, you're sharing if you want to change that first, and then I can flip over to the, you know what, I'll change it in the stipulations as she does that. We don't need to share it again, but you agree with that, correct? So it'll be Monday through Friday, 5 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you guys think it's important to specify the specific days, or if I just put 5 p.m. all days, that covers it? Or would you prefer? Right out the days?
I think we should show that he's basically doing brunch on weekends.
Okay. So sorry, I was editing it. Could you say it one more time?
I was saying,
Which days? To the applicant, if you don't mind clarifying again.
Then we need to know the days again, the brunch and dinner hours.
That would be Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. to 12 a.m.,
Yes.
And Saturday and Sunday are what?
11 a.m., or do you want 12 a.m. or
He
12
said
p.m.?
12.
Friday and Saturday, the noon to 12.
Yes.
12 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Yes, that's what he mentioned earlier. So just so you know, while you were updating that, it matches, the stipulation sheet matches this resolution, so we're good on that.
Thank you, Clint.
The one that's down in the steps on the resolution, you left out the open time of 5 p.m. looked like. I realize it's a tiny detail.
Thanks, David. Big detail.
Well, there's nothing like having to say the same thing in 3 different places.
Great.
Thank you, David. Does anyone see anything else before we move to a vote?
No.
Okay, let's move to a vote. David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Clint,
Sorry, yes.
okay. And I guess Jamie left, okay,
Yourself.
okay. I'm sorry?
For yourself.
Oh, Arnett. Yes, for Arnett, yes. Okay, congratulations, Stephen
you.
and Michael. Thank you for
Thank you. Thank you.
so patient.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, no. What?
I was gonna go in order. It's gonna go down to 7.
Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay.
And Sarah, you said you looked at the petitions already, correct?
This applicant had petitions pending in their application, so we should ask for an update if they can share those with us. I don't have.
They don't have any petitions. We generally don't see them.
Oh, so Susan, you're saying when they don't have, when they have petitions pending, we don't see
If they
the
haven't supplied
application, or?
They haven't supplied, but I thought they sent them in today. Maybe we can have the applicant raise their hand and ask them.
Okay. The applicants for
Attaboy.
Attaboy. If you're here, please raise your hand, your electronic hand, so we can put you on the panelists so you can speak.
Yes, good evening. Anthony Carabell, the representative for this application. Good evening, everybody. Chairperson Scott, welcome. Susan, hope all is well. So regarding the petitions, we sent in some stuff to Ed today. We sent in 17 signatures, as well as 3 letters of support from building owners, including the head of the co-op above them. So we did send that in earlier today.
That's right. I do remember that. I complained that we would not have time to review them, but they did come in.
Yeah, and I apologize. This is mea culpa. I had a surgical procedure late last week, and this is my fault. I wasn't in the office, so I was supposed to get them to you late last week. So this is my fault.
So they're probably, I believe they're posted on the website if somebody wants to check them. Meanwhile, I'll do the summary. Attaboy Cafe is seeking to expand the business Attaboy Cocktails at 134 Eldridge Street North Store to 134 Eldridge Street South Store, which is a separate, unconnected business and requires a new full on-premise liquor license. The current business in North Store has a full OP and operates from, I don't have the time, operates from sometime till 4 a.m. all days. So what time does, Anthony, can you tell us what time?
Yes, that's 6 o'clock, Susan.
From 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days. The location is between Broome Street and Delancey Street. This is an application for Bar Tavern Cafe with 3 tables serving pastries and charcuterie board, all hours of operation, 30 seats, 3 booths, 8 bar seats, small window bench, 1 bar with 8 seats, and a food prep area, open serving food all hours. Hours of operation requested are 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. all days. There are 18 OP within 500 feet. They're currently licensed next door. This location was previously unlicensed, operating as an art gallery. There were 2 311 complaints in July 2022 with NYPD action taken. This was at the existing store. And an SLA penalty of $6,500, which maybe you can speak to, and that's it.
So great. If I can interject a little and give a little history to the committee, and I'll be brief. I know it's been a long night. So this establishment they're currently in has been operating as Milk and Honey since the year 2000. So these gentlemen have been running it since 2004. I'm joined by Samuel Ross and Michael McElroy. They're on the call also. They're the owners of the current Attaboy Cocktails. So they took the place over about 10 years ago. So they're the owners for almost a decade. So we would be filing an alteration application because we're adding another 500 square feet, only 30 seats, but there's a staircase and a hallway, so we can't make it contiguous. So this is why it's a separate application, but you might think of it more as an alteration. They're adding space. In terms of the petitions we spoke to, there's about 17 signatures. I'm not sure if you guys were able to look on the website, but I can briefly read. There's 3 letters of support from residents in the building. I can briefly read with your permission, and I'll be fast, I promise, what the head of the co-op, Tom Soper, wrote, unless you guys see it in front of you.
I'm counting the signatures. I have not gotten to the letters, but I can definitely note if I have the same count of how many residents in the building support.
Well, it's 3 letters in support from the building residents, and then it's 17 signatures in the immediate vicinity, not in the building per se. But shall I quickly read this 2-paragraph letter?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Dear community board members and to whomever it may concern, I'm writing a recommendation on behalf of the bar Attaboy, who operate out of the commercial space on the ground floor at 134 Eldridge Street. As a resident of the same building for the last 12 years, I can honestly report that I have never had a problem with the workers or the people who visit this bar. It is, as far as I can tell, one of the most well-run and respectful bars in the whole Lower East Side. We are glad to actually have this bar as a responsible actor on our street, as it can be dark side street on some nights. Attaboy has always addressed any request over noise or maintenance, and we consider them a good neighbor. Tom Soper. And then there's 2 more letters I won't read, obviously. One is she's been in the building for 31 years, echoes the sentiments. And then another resident's been there for 7 years. So that's 3 letters from people in the same building.
Can you speak to the violation?
Yeah, I did not handle this violation for them. So Sam, if you want to jump on and just speak to the committee regarding that one violation back in 2018 would be helpful. Or Michael. They should be on the call. I don't know if they were elevated to panelists.
Oh, Michael is still attending. He wasn't elevated. I'll do it now. Okay, now he can speak.
So Sam or Michael, do you want to speak to that violation?
Hello, this is Michael. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, how are you doing? So I believe the violation back then was an issue with an employee who did not check everyone's ID, unfortunately, and that was it.
So serving underage?
Just the one time, I believe, yes. It was a new employee, and it was a mistake, obviously, but I believe that's the only one we've ever had, and it hasn't happened again.
Yeah, I could jump in here also. They've been there almost a decade, and their bar is actually highly ranked. I just discovered this today. It's the #1 bar in the Northeast for cocktails and things of that nature. They also have 2 places in Nashville, and they also run coffee shops. And that's the reason that this premises is going to open at 6 a.m. So the plan is to do coffee in the morning and then, be more of a bar as they operate next door later in the evening. And to break the awkward silence and pause. So no outdoor seating, and also background music only. They'll employ 8 people. They'll make every effort to employ from the community.
There's Sam. I think he's still in the. Can we elevate Sam as well?
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
And it's a really small venue, guys. It's 25 to 30 people. It's 500 square feet. So they're similar to their current operation right next door.
And the current operation, they're not extending the time. 4 a.m. is the current time.
That's the current time. That was our thinking process. It was the current time. Susan and I had some emails last week, but in an effort to work with the community, we'd be amenable to reduce those hours. I mean, might I suggest maybe 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, and they maintain the 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, respectfully requested of the committee. And again, only those are their hours. They've already stipulated to those hours. Those are the current operational hours next door.
Okay, so we need to edit the STIPS part of the resolution.
Okay, so we're okay moving forward with that.
Yeah, I was going to ask because I'm okay with the 2 a.m. on Sunday, correct? On Friday and Saturday. Just
Sunday to Thursday, and then the 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday, just the 2 days, the weekend.
Okay.
Okay, David has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we are on this. This is a pretty saturated area. And so, I mean, if we're already, it's nice they said 2 a.m. I don't think we should issue this license at all. Not as a 4 a.m. for sure. It's previously unlicensed location, like not licensed in a saturated area. Our guidance is clear that we wouldn't generally approve that without some strong public benefit. And I don't know if you've heard from the public yet on this either. Maybe no one wanted to speak. I don't know.
No, there's people speak.
Thank you, David. Good point. Sarah?
Again, I do feel we have a conscientious business owner. We'll hear from the IRDC DM has raised their hand, so we'll hear from the community when the chair recognizes them. But I do think it's notable that they have been on this block with just one complaint for 10 years. That's pretty amazing given the area, as David has pointed out. And I also, found that the letter that was read from and the fact that they have that kind of support was impressive to me, notable.
Oh, David, did you want to say something else or?
Nope.
Okay. I'm also in agreement with David in the saturation and unsaturated part. I jumped the gun with the unsaturated part with my my dissent. I still believe I believe what I believe, but although we don't have 100 people on the line saying that they don't want this place, we still have to consider the location of which it is, and the hours of operation is it's kind of long for a neighborhood that is already saturated. Do we have any other committee members that like to speak? See hands raised.
I would like to speak as well.
Exactly.
I do tend to agree. I think I'm going to agree with David and Arnett on this one, in that, yes, I understand they've been a pretty good business, but it is an unlicensed location, and the more we keep adding, the more saturated it's going to be with 18 within 500 feet. I just think that's really starting to push the limits of what we can sustain as a neighborhood. So I do think I'm going to agree with David and Arnett on this one.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, thanks. I definitely hear what you guys are saying. And it seems like from this quick straw poll that might be outnumbered, but I do want to highlight the fact that this is similar to an alteration and that it is the same operator that we're hearing from. So to me, it is almost an extension, and to the point that the applicant made, that because there has to be some construction done, it's coming directly to the full committee. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that aspect up.
Go ahead, Clint.
I was just going to say, I think Amanda maybe brings up a good point. So is this being converted into one space, and this is all one space, or is this still going to be two separate licenses? I know you explained this in the beginning, I think.
No worries. And I'd like to jump in anyway to kind of address Mr. Crane as well. So yeah, it can't be one space. That there's a hallway for the tenants. So the main entrance of the building is in between. So that's why we're filing as two. And I would, ask you to consider their history there, the petitions, the letter we got from people in the building. We have 3 letters, the size of the premises. I understand, Mr. Crane. I totally understand, but I think this is a unique scenario. I think it's more of an alteration, and they can't open a door and expand their premises. And I know the premises is unlicensed. I totally agree with that. But I think you need to dig a little deeper here and look at the applicants before you. And Ms. Bates, you stole my thunder, as a conscientious operator. I mean, you basically have that here. The quintessential example, with notwithstanding the one violation in 2018. So I would ask the committee to please consider that. Think of it more as an alteration, and they're adding space. And these guys have been here they've been there since 2004, running Milk and Honey, and they bought it, and they've been there for 10 years, since 2014. They're with the exception of that one blemish, they're good operators. You know what you're getting here. So I would respectfully ask the committee to please consider that.
Was there any public that were here to speak on this? I know, were there any complaints that we received, or any public?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in and say, I did want to get to the public too. I also want to say about this. In the past, when we have gone straight to the public, we get criticized very strongly, and I think unfairly, that, well, the committee didn't ask this or didn't ask that. The getting the public input is kind of important. It helps me kind of like formulate my opinion. Whereas when we do a lot of this discussion up front, like, well, I'm really starting to form opinions, and I think a lot of us already had. But we do need to hear from the public. And so I don't know how to balance it properly. We used to go straight to the public, and they would slam us. A few individuals, especially from the public, would slam us for that for some reason. And now we're kind of gone to the other extreme. But it's because we're still learning here. I know all that. But I do want to hear the public before I do any more discussion.
Okay, thank you, David. I have one question. With both, okay, so this application has 30 seats, 3 booths, 8 bar stools. Is that inclusive of the other space, or is this adding on to the chairs that you already space you
Separate and
already have?
distinct.
Okay, so how
Chairperson Scott,
many?
separate and distinct.
Okay, so how many? Part of my ignorance. How many is already on the other on the already established side? How many?
Michael, can you jump in and just tell them your seating in your existing place?
It's the same. It's the same size with 28 seats at the very most.
Okay, so it's basically doubling in size for the, if we think of it as an extension, it doubled in size. If we think of it as 2 separate places, okay, all right, thank you.
But it's still at 50, it's significantly less than a 74 capacity. That's with 2. So if you look at it as one space with a capacity of 45 to 50, it's a pretty small venue.
Okay, the public, do we have anyone from the public that?
We have one person.
Okay, let's elevate that person.
Yeah, has been promoted.
Not yet.
I keep pressing promote and they're not always going through, Susan, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it went through now. That happens to me all the time.
Okay, there's that dead air, so it's kind of odd. So I just want, I have to jump in because I'm getting a little concerned about a few things. And first of all, I want to appreciate, Clint joining back on, and as well as Annette taking this on. This is a huge endeavor, having never experienced the SLA committee and having members that actually, are not as informed about the process and the law. But so a couple things. This, believing the applicant at face value is a real problem. This applicant had 2 sale to minor violations, back to back, 417 and 517. He also had a noise nuisance rule issue and a failure to supervise. I've emailed the actual violations, so we cannot take at face value. It is important, it's imperative that residents are allowed to vet this and give you information so we can speak to it, as well as the committee actually vetting the information themselves, because applicants always say they didn't have violations. They actually usually lots of times do. The other thing is, can someone please point us to the 2016 resolution on Committee Board 3 that stated that the public benefit has changed to the caliber of the license? Like, I don't even understand what the word is that's being used, but when did noise, traffic, types of license count, all the 500 rule get thrown away under public benefit? I'm really confused by this statement that keeps being made, and I think it's not good that the public is being told something that is incorrect. Because there is a statute that's mandated by the New York legislature that needs to be followed. And so this violation, like when Applet said he only had 1, sell to minor had 2, this is the biggest offense by the New York State Liquor Authority is selling to minors. So I think that's really important. I'm happy to resend it, but I just found that anyone can do it. You can look it up yourselves. You can find the violation history of applicants. Thank you.
If I can reply to that, often one case comprises of, and they seem to be pretty close. And again, I didn't handle this. I'm not aware of, I don't have firsthand knowledge of this right now. That's why I deferred to Michael and Sam. But a lot of times it's one case, could be 2 instances, which may be semantics, but this is probably why he indicated it was the only time. It may have been 1 notice of pleading with the State Liquor Authority, just a possibility.
Thank you. Sarah?
Actually, can you come back to me? I just, I lost the document I pulled up.
Okay, no problem. Susan?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the public interest. So the definition of public interest that Sarah was bringing, that's different than the 500 rule says, you have to show public interest. What we were trying to do, because the SLA doesn't define public interest, we were trying to define public interest for ourselves. So those are the 2 different things.
Thank you, Susan, for stepping in there. DM, this is the first link on the website, the SLA committee guidelines and forms. there's a list of our policies there, and it's the first link. And the other point that I had wanted to make, of course, everything is escaping me. Oh, it's just, I'm not sure if DM or others, missed this at the beginning, but because of the transition this week, we were not able to get enough time for the full committee to review all of these documents. Normally, as I mentioned, just speaking to my own process, I spend 1 to 2 hours on each application doing the research that is required. If you've been in the meeting now for the last almost 3 hours, then you have seen that we're doing a lot of that work in this call, and Susan and the team did a lot of the resolution writing for this time. So I definitely agree with what DM has said, that the committee should be doing their own rigorous research. And I myself usually start in the position of no, and really look at the application, trying to understand what are the mitigating factors that should move me to a yes. I did not have that opportunity personally this time, and we did speak to that at the beginning of the meeting. But I think, as we get things going with our new chair and new process, hopefully that, will be streamlined in the future, and the committee will have ample time to review.
Susan, would you?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was from before.
Okay. Okay. So but we did discuss with if I'm not mistaken, the hours of operation was 2 a.m. closing except for the weekends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Clint, were you able to make changes to that step? Oh, you're muted, Clint.
Yes, let me pull that back up. One thing I did do, I did pull up the disciplinary history while we were talking, and DM was in fact correct. There were two, and it's 2 different cases, so I'm not sure, Anthony said he wasn't involved, but it is 2 different cases. There were 2 different pleadings and 2 different dates. So the first had 3 different charges. The second case had a second charge of underage sales. So I don't know that that makes a difference, but I was just kind of checking.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so hold on, I will pull up the stipulation. And it is, oops. Sorry about that. It's flipping through all those documents.
Yes, David?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I believe this one will be approved by the SLA because it's so close to an expansion, and there is a relatively good record for this applicant. So let's get the steps down and pass it this way. I think it's important to protect the community.
Oh, sorry. I thought I did update this. I don't know which file I updated on, but let me quickly do this. It was 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. all days, but it was changed to Fridays. Sorry about this.
8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, and then 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
David, I'm sorry, I have a question for you. So you're saying that the SLA would approve this, and even if
that is my belief, that looking at this, and I actually quickly discussed with Susan, my opinion is that they will, and in that case it's a rock and a hard place kind of a situation, and so the stipulations are more valuable than shouting into the wind to say no, don't issue it. So we approve it with steps. That's what I am. I'm reversing what I was saying before we went to the public.
Okay. Okay.
Can't explain why.
In my crash course of this whole thing, I watched a couple of SLA meetings, and what I did find is that a lot of the applicants like to say that the community was for them because the community board approved them. So I don't, it's a, you know, half a dozen and one, whatever that saying is, it's late and we're all tired, but I wouldn't want to be a part of a decision based on something I don't believe in. Like to say if the SLA says, oh, the community board passed it because the community was, you know, using that as the community was for it, when in fact, we do know that the community is not for further saturation of the area. So I'm a little torn between being a novice and what I've heard, and acquiescing and saying yay because of predictability.
Do you want me to
Sarah,
answer?
go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I think it was really helpful that David provided that insight, because I was feeling that the committee was maybe leaning towards a no. If, you know, we take kind of David and Susan's opinion on this in good faith, I do think it's extremely important for us to come up with stipulations that, you know, have the most benefit to the community, because that's what the SLA is going to approve. So I definitely don't think we should say no, because then the applicant will move forward with what they've applied for, and that might not be of best interest to the community. We might, through negotiation, get something different right now if we work with the applicant.
And if I can, if we end up like on a sticking point where we really did want something in the stip and they don't, we can do what I attempted to at the meeting last month. I wouldn't do this time, but to say that they wouldn't agree to these stipulations, and the sticking point was one particular item. And that's a much safer thing to do. But I don't know if that's helpful, Arnett, but that's another possible outcome that I'm not recommending here necessarily.
Okay, Susan?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to what you were talking about as far as the community board, the community. So by state charter, the municipality that the SLA consults with is the community board. That certainly doesn't mean everybody in the community approved. You know, you're going to have some yes and some no. But what'll happen is if the community board approves for, and it's a full liquor with 500-foot case, it will be then, if they have 500-foot approval, that will be administratively approved by the SLA. In other words, it will not go to a full board hearing at the SLA. And this is, I think, a difficult one because it, you know, it is unlicensed, it is a saturated area, but I also think the fact that people in the building want it and it's existing in the building, and no one in the building is against the expansion, I think will influence the SLA. This is not a comment on whether it should happen or shouldn't happen. I'm just saying I think that the SLA will approve it.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so Clint, okay, you're still working on the.
Yep, no, I just corrected a spelling mistake in the that was at the very beginning, but I'm ready if unless anyone else has anything to add.
I'm ready. Let's,
okay.
Yeah.
So the stipulations as they stand are Attaboy Cafe will operate as a bar, tavern, cafe with their hours of 8 a.m. through 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursdays, and 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. Oops, I'm sorry, that was still left as all days. Fridays and Saturdays, I'll correct that later. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. They will not have security personnel. I will install soundproofing. I will have a closed fixed facade with no doors or windows. I will not have DJs, live music, promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged, scheduled performances. I will play ambient background record music only. I will not apply for alteration to the method of operation without coming to CB3 first. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. They did not check. So I'm sorry, was there happy hours drink specials, or there was nothing? You didn't check that off?
No, there's no happy hour.
Okay, so I will not have happy hour drink specials. I will not have wait lines outside, but I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. I will post the stipulation beside my liquor license. residents may contact the manager or owner at the number below. Does that accurately reflect everything that we agreed to?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I will stop and save that. Okay.
Thank you, Clint. Amanda, would you put up the resolution? And I'd like to put this for a vote.
You know, I actually do, once you put up the resolution, I just had one quick question.
Mhm. Go ahead, Clint.
I think under the, I don't know, maybe I'm being too specific, but under the SLA, there was one, it said one complaint, or the SLA, let's see, there were 311 noise complaints in July, and with NYPD action taken a penalty of, I guess, even though there were two separate sites, in the end, it was one penalty of 6,500. So I think that's fine to leave it on there. So I'm sorry. Okay, I'm good. That was just my one.
Yeah,
thing.
no, because I'm happy
Yeah.
to put it up because of the two separate violations that you mentioned. Okay. Okay, let's go for a vote. David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Clint,
I'm gonna go with no.
Sarah,
Yes.
Arnett, wait, am I missing anyone? Nope, just me. Arnett is a no. So we have 1, 2, 3 yeses and 2 nos. So it still passes, correct? Correct. Okay, congratulations. I guess attaboy, attaboy.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Have a terrific evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
You're
guys.
welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's move to 8.
I don't have 8 for some reason. I don't know. Amanda, could you maybe put 8, the resolution for 8 on the screen?
I don't see it in your most
Well,
recent.
maybe we're not doing, let me look, see, maybe it's not.
Nope, I'm sorry. That's a correction. 8 is off. Number 9, please.
Okay, I do have number 9.
That is.
Okay. Whoops, sorry. Pulled up the wrong one. Okay, this is a Cantina Cubana doing business as Cantina Cubana Latin Food is seeking a full on-premise liquor license in the premise located at 210 East 2nd Street, aka 17 Avenue B, between Avenue B and Avenue C. This is an application for an establishment with 12 tables, 30 seats, service bar on premise, full kitchen open and serving foods all night. During all hours of operation, no televisions, no live music. The previous business was Cornerstone Cafe, a neighborhood cafe with stipulated hours closing at 11 p.m. and advertised hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. all days. Whereas this applicant has previously been a license holder at Cafe Cortadito at 210 East 3rd Street from 2008 to 2023. And at this address had complaints regarding noisy crowds at the Sidewalk Cafe, resulting in a non-renewal of the cafe license for a 2-year period. The applicant also received complaints directly from the community and the community board regarding non-compliance of outdoor dining, and received DOT violations July in 2020, January 2021, July 2021, and a cease and desist on August 21. Whereas there are 15 on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet, and the blocks from Avenue B to 2nd Street to 4th Street, but especially 2nd Street to 3rd Street, are 4 very noisy licensed establishments, resulting in non-renewal of the open street, open restaurant designation during COVID. And where there are many complaints to the board office by resident groups and businesses around boozy brunches and weekend late nights. So that's the summary. I'll just give you, I'm sure the applicant is expecting me to bring this up. We've had interactions a number of times. It's a very popular business. I know they've gotten a tremendous amount of support from nearby. There's also, for years, constant complaints. I have talked to the applicant myself. But I'm very happy to, and I know she's moving because the rent went up. I'm very happy to see that she's not asking for boozy brunches, because that was the most problematic time. And that's what I have to say. So maybe we want to hear from the applicant now.
Yes. Sarah, did you want to say something before the applicant?
I had
Or the relevant?
a question for Susan. Are
Mhm.
all of these complaints for Cornerstone?
No. This was none for Cornerstone. This
Oh.
is for the applicant that is moving into Cornerstone.
But
The applicant that's moving into Cornerstone is current, or until very recently, was on 3rd Street and Avenue B and received all these complaints on 3rd Street and Avenue B. They're now moving a block south.
so when you say "and at this address," you mean the East 3rd, 210 East 3rd Street?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not, yeah,
I just couldn't remember which one because Cornerstone is on B, so that I was unsure if you were talking about complaints from the business or complaints from the location, because usually we have
it's
been
from the
doing
business. It's
So-
from the business. I don't think I said at this location.
Right, but it says at this address. I think maybe
it.
we have to say for that business at the.
For the business at the
210
3rd
East
Street
3rd Street.
address. Thank you for
I mean,
clarifying.
typically we haven't included this. We've only included SLA violation.
Well, it's
That-
applicant history.
That's not true.
I'm
Actually,
saying since I've been on the committee. it's
well,
not
that
a-
may be true, but we generally, and I know Michelle did put on SLA with action taken. I know those were put on, but these are open restaurant compliance, DOT cease and desist. Absolutely, you want to put those on. We have the exact dates of them all, and they absolutely would go on.
And this is something that SLA looks, I mean, it sounds serious, but
Yes,
it's just like
absolutely.
they look at. So I was just gonna say then maybe, if the committee is involved in doing that aspect of research, in the future, it would just be helpful to share, how you look that up. 'Cause it's not
I
Michelle.
emailed to DOT and said, send me I knew there were complaints, and I knew this was a serious complaint. There was a very big deal, because even the open restaurant designation, which is not their fault in that area, was taken away. I emailed DOT and I said, please send me the complaints.
So I think it'd be helpful though for us to know, so we have the same process for all applicants, because, we all live in different places throughout the district, like how unless the office is going to do this for every applicant, like how to look this up, because I have never had this in the instructions that Michelle provided to us when she was.
Well, you actually can, they actually are on open data. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not.
okay.
but
So
they
the same way we look up like the 311, there's a.
No, well, you could look up open data DOT. When you look up 311, you're looking at NYPD.
Yeah.
You can look up DOT. However, I will say, it's not necessary to do it for every restaurant. That's why when residents come to us and say there's a problem, what I always say to them, but you have to tell us the problems real time, because if you tell us these problems, we will investigate it. It will no longer be hearsay, because then we get the police involved. That's what I do. I get the police involved, I get DOT involved, because these complaints did come from the community. And that's why we have the documentation. So when the residents have these problems and they come to the board, then we sort of automatically have this documentation. And of course, something documented is very, very different than, people saying there's a problem, which may be very true, but it's still hearsay.
Okay, thank you, Susan. So just for some clarification, moving for, I'm not moving forward, for clarification, when we receive complaints and at the district office, what's the criteria that you use in order to decide to do the additional research with the DOT so that we're aware when the community is making complaints or if we hear complaints? What is the criteria for that?
We work with the DOT on all of them.
On all
When
complaints?
anyone, like, for instance, in the last couple of years, we have had hundreds of complaints about open restaurant violations, which means generally the shed, that kind of thing. And that's what I think was one of the problems here. We actually give lists. So DOT requests lists on these violations from the police, from the council offices, and from the community boards. So when we get these, we give lists. And just last Friday, David and I met with DOT for Transportation Committee. And as part of that, we went over an update on which of the sheds and which non-compliance they'd inspected, what were the results were. This is something we do all the time, and it's not just SLA stuff, it's garbage, it's, it's whatever. That's one of the main things the community board does by state charter is have, process service delivery complaints.
Okay, I guess,
okay, so, we
all right,
do.
so moving forward, when I give out disseminate the, oh my God, what's that? The things to do, I can't think anymore.
Can I jump in there just a second?
I can add, just a moment, David. I'll add on the DOT complaints so that we can have some further.
I wouldn't, well, you can
Please,
open data.
there's a misunderstanding in the conversation here. Arnett was asking about basically the idea that Sarah had about, well, how do we prioritize which ones or whatever, which applicants do we kind of look for adverse history on? And that's what I think Arnett is driving at. And Susan just replied about every 311 complaint that is forwarded to the office gets followed up on, but it's not, but I think what the question is which applicants do we know to try to create adverse history? And I also will say that we often put adverse history of applicants into applications when we know of it, and it's very difficult to extract out of whatever sources.
Okay, I don't follow up on 311 complaints. I follow up on complaints from the community. That's not 311. They're different, but maybe I wasn't understanding what you were asking. I would not, so I automatically, this is something with previous chairs, used to always, maybe 2 weeks before the meeting, would call me and say, are these places problems? And so if something's a problem, like this one, the minute it came up, I said, oh, well, we have to deal with that. So, we say, yes, these are ones that we have information on.
Okay, so no, so I'll just work with you and then we can talk offline and then we can just, okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Clint.
So I just had, one thing, I do have something to add, but I know we just discussed, in procedurally, we were going to let the applicant speak, the public speak, and then community board members. So I think this discussion we were having was very useful, but do we want to get back to that procedure just to keep things kind of consistent? That way we can get the stuff out of the way, we can have the committee discussion and move on, where now we're having committee discussion, public, and then we go back to committee. So
sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely.
Before we go any further with committee, we could just bring in any members of the public if they're interested in speaking, and the applicant, because I don't think we've done that yet.
Okay, I agree, and especially in the interest of time, can we promote the applicants? And I think we only had like 2 people from the public. Do we have anyone from the public?
I just see the Michael is the representative.
Yeah, and I see
and there is somebody from the public.
All right, let's promote them. And applicants, okay, Melissa's from. Okay,
we're not doing the public yet. We have to do the applicant. Right. So I will get to Melissa when it's.
Yeah, I was just reading because I was making sure. Okay, so applicant, please, you have the floor.
Good evening. It's Mike Palutis. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. So thanks for hearing us. I'm here tonight on behalf of Cantina Cubana. I'm joined by Patricia Valencia and her husband, Ricardo Arias. They're the two owners of the business. As Susan pointed out, the operator is known in the neighborhood. She operated Cafe Cortadito from 2008 until 2023. This will be a bona fide restaurant serving Cuban cuisine. The proposed hours are noon to midnight daily, and the applicant has agreed that they will close a sidewalk cafe, no roadbed seating, just a cafe by 10 o'clock. It's an incredibly small interior retail space, approximately 400 square feet, 12 tables, 30 seats. The proposed seating on the sidewalk is 8 tables with 16 seats. There is no customer bar, no stools at the bar. It is a service bar only. There is no live music, no DJ, no security. This is a restaurant. The applicant did reach out to the Lower East Side dwellers, East Village Community Coalition, and the East 4th Street and Lower Avenue B Residents Association. I sent emails to all 3 of those associations. The Lower East Side dwellers indicated they don't cover the location, and we received no response from the other 2 block associations. However, it is my understanding that someone from the 4th Street and Lower Avenue B Residents Association did stop by the premises and spoke with Ricardo Arias. Ricardo did not get her name, only to say that it was a female, but said that she was positive on the relocation of the business and wished him the best of luck. We have submitted 12 pages of signatures in support of the application, including at least 2 from within the building. It was my understanding, at least several hours ago, there were 4 or 5 people here to speak on behalf of the applicant and support, people from the community, people that live nearby. I don't know if they're still here or not. But with that, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I want to move to the public.
Okay. There's people.
Can you say the names of who you want to vote first?
Let's see, I can't even, oh, duh. Why don't I see names?
Why don't you just?
I can, so Sharona will be the first person.
Yeah, thank you, because I
Go
can't
ahead,
see names.
Sharona. Sharona, please speak.
Sorry, I'm not used to this. I guess I was muted.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. So I live half a block from the proposed location, and obviously by definition, a block and a half from where their former restaurant was. That block and a half away is one of the worst block corners on this entire street, as far as I know. I look at their history of violations, and that concerns me greatly. It's been very noisy here lately, a lot of traffic, people shouting at different times of the night, and even though some of the places close early, people hang around. The second thing is this. On the application, I noticed that they said that there was no complaints about noise from the former restaurant Cornerstone. And the reason that is because I know those people very well. Owners were on premises all the time. It had a strong rein on what was going on there. In fact, when they were applying, they agreed to a beer and wine for an entire year. And they were so good with their handling of that restaurant that I supported the full license, which is very rare for me. I'm very concerned about all these violations, especially since some of them look pretty dramatic or pretty important. That's basically what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you
Sarah,
very much for letting me talk. Appreciate it.
no problem. Thank you. Sarah, can you, I can't see, just
Teresa,
pick one.
you will be next. You're allowed to speak, Teresa.
Are you promoting them?
Yes, we can hear you, but you're very quiet.
Okay, hold on. Is this any better?
This is much better.
Okay, great. So hi, I live about 2 blocks away from Cafe Cortadito. And I just want to start with the times that I have been there, the clientele have been respectful. It is like a family, kind of like the Cheers bar where everyone knows your name. And it is, the old restaurant was right next to Poco. And Poco, at least I'm a millennial, at least in my generation, Poco is known for their boozy brunches and excessive crowds and noise. I believe that Ricardo and Patricia are very responsible business owners and did everything they could to combat that. So every time that I've been there, which is at least once a week for the past 3 years, it really has been like a family. They've been a staple in Alphabet City for years, and during the pandemic, they stood out as one of the few places that we could actually go, and the windows were open enough that we felt safe. So it became a home away from home. And I am just actually really excited for Cantina Cubana. I was so depressed when I found out that they were closing. And I mean, this is like I said, my home away from home. And I would be really upset if that wasn't able to continue.
Thank you, Teresa. Next one, we have Melissa.
Melissa, you can speak.
Thank you. Hi, Melissa Ritchie. I don't know how to turn my camera on.
It's on.
I don't, yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
You have a nice picture. Go ahead.
So I live on 4th Street, where Cafe Cortadito was directly behind our building. Joining me today would have been my 2 daughters, Adela and Marnie, that are 10 and 11, that considered Cafe Cortadito a true home away from home. So much so that my 11-year-old said that if she ever lost her keys, that she would go to visit Patricia and Ricardo because she knows that she would be safe there until I got home from work. We as a family ate at Cafe Cortadito at least once a week, sometimes embarrassingly more times a week. And that included not only dinner at night, which was definitely, to reiterate what the person in front of ahead of me said, was a family atmosphere that was also affordable. And everyone knew your name. But then we also ate there for brunch. My girls will cross the street to not go next to Poco. So to get there, we would actually go through the parking lot to get on 3rd Street and go directly to Cafe Cortadito. I feel like that location on 3rd Street, I feel like they were punished being neighbors with someone like Poco, because they're like Cafe Cortadito, they always had their trash tied up. Everything was always neat and clean and done right. Patricia would not put up with anyone, being overserved or acting a certain way. That's just not how they ran their business. We were heartbroken when I heard that the rent was raised and they would be moving. But I can tell you that when I walk home on Avenue B and Patricia and Ricardo happen to be outside of the new location where Cornerstone was, that they usually have a gathering of people in the neighborhood, because that is how much well-loved they are here. So please don't break my 10 and 11-year-old girls' hearts.
Thank you, Melissa. Let's go to Priscilla.
Nope. Oh. I lost Priscilla. Where'd you go? Priscilla.
She's back
Okay, good.
under
Okay.
attending.
Okay, you can go, Priscilla. Unmute yourself.
Good evening. Could everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. I have to second and third the two young ladies who just spoke. My husband, myself, my two kids have been going to Café Cortadito for, I want to say, a good over 5 years. Absolutely. There's not one time that I went there that it was not family oriented, family, everyone, just what they said, everyone knew your name. You walked in, not only the owners, but the customers were just as respectful. I have to agree with, I witnessed myself with my very own eyes that it was kind of a punishment to have the Poco as adjacent to them, because the music, they're so close together that even when cops would pass by, or there could be a confusion by the extent where Poco's customers were sitting, that they kind of pushed their way into Café Cortadito space. So you didn't really know, and I could understand where the complaints could have possibly been, where they thought it was Café Cortadito, but it was just, to visually see it for yourself, it was definitely not from the restaurant. So also, just like everyone else, my husband, myself, very saddened to have seen them closed. And I'm hoping for the best for them. They are very, very, very respectful people. Never did I witness, and we were there, honey, we were there maybe twice a week. And I never, ever witnessed anything out of line, anything disrespectful, everything always very courteous, clean. And I just stood on from the beginning of this meeting because I just wanted to ensure that I shared what I had to say with everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Sarah, was that the
Yeah.
only people live from the, okay.
Yes,
cool.
so we would typically add in, I think you have it there, Amanda, that when folks have said, something in support or against.
Can I respond to a couple of the comments?
Oh yeah, please. Sorry.
No.
Or sorry, the chair should
Yeah,
speak.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'll wait my turn.
That's
I'll wait my
okay.
turn.
No, that's okay. It's a long night. Go ahead.
I was looking at David, sorry. Like
Can I
David.
respond, Arnett?
Okay, Susan, then Michael.
Sure. I just want to clarify some of the things. So, and I did say this is a very popular restaurant. There's a lot of support. So I'm not downplaying that. And I'm not even suggesting that it not be given a license. What I am suggesting is that we not have the problems. But I want to say they're absolutely right about Poco, but it was Poco and them, both Poco and Cortadito, both lost their sidewalk cafe license for 2 years. That's a pretty big deal. I don't know of any other restaurant in the whole city. That's when Rosie Mendez was city council, and I believe she was involved in that. I have been at the restaurant myself, knocked on the door and told Patricia, you can't do this. You can't have the music this loud. You can't have seats extending over there. So, let's acknowledge that it's a very popular restaurant. People like to go, but also acknowledge that there were issues. And what I would think was necessary from Patricia is for her to let us know how she's going to make sure these same problems don't occur again. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, I guess that's more.
So I'll Susan, certainly have Patricia address that question. Let me just point out before that, though, that they're willing to stipulate that there will not be boozy brunches at this location, that these are hands-on operators. So there was a concern by Ms. Hirsch that, or at least an emphasis on the fact that Cornerstone had hands-on operators. Yes, she is, David. In the operating that location. And the same, I think it sounds like, certainly, and I know from speaking with Patricia, the same was true at Cafe Cortadito, and the same will be true at this new location. Patricia and her husband, Ricardo, will be on site. I mean, this is a family-run business. They run the store. It's my understanding Ricardo's the chef and Patricia's in the front of the house. So, you know, you're going to see that again here in this new location, should it open. And the other thing I want to point out is that they're not asking for any roadbed seating, which I think, yeah. So I think that will hopefully mitigate some of the concerns that were raised, that some of the issues that maybe took place at Cafe Cortadito. At the new location, they're not asking for roadbed seating. So I think that should quiet things down pretty significantly. So with that, if you can elevate Patricia, perhaps she can speak to keeping the sidewalk cafe quiet.
I don't see Patricia here. Is she on a phone number or a phone call?
She might be. She had a lot of trouble signing in, as did I. I wasn't able to use the link in the email, but she is on here and she says she can hear us.
What's the last, do you know, like the last few digits? Can you?
Let me see. It might be 0790. Do you see it?
I see a 790.
Why don't we try that? I think that's probably it.
Patricia, are you able to speak?
You're muted, Patricia. Can you unmute yourself?
Does she know how to do that on a phone?
Does anyone remember? *9? Just guessing.
She'll find herself pushed out of the meeting with random buttons being pressed.
Well, that would be bad. Most.
*6 is unmute on the phone, I think. I know it doesn't kick you out. I think *6, if you want to try that, Patricia.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. For the interest of time, I'll give her a couple more minutes to figure it out, but I'm going to go to Clint and then David, and we'll come back to see if she's available.
Okay. I just want to speak to this again. I'm gonna start with what Susan said. I know this is really popular, and I'm not even opposed to granting this license, but I was involved in this issue from Cortadito from 2016 and before, because I lived in the building above Cortadito, and I then formerly, after that, I moved down the street to down 3rd Street, and I walked by Cortadito daily, multiple times. Patricia did know. Okay.
I think she's unmuted. I think she's unmuted. I think she's unmuted herself.
Okay.
I'm having trouble. Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Patricia.
Oh, thank you. Hi, good evening. I was listening to all the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, just saying good evening so you know that we can hear you. Go ahead.
I just want to say that we're not planning to have the Boozy Brunch at the new location. Basically, what we want is to be able to serve our family customers to come and enjoy the new location, the food, the ambience. We don't want to have the loud music. We don't want to have people outside. Basically, we want to change the way we used to have doing the Boozy Brunch, because we did it for competition to the next door business, and we don't want to do that anymore.
Okay, so you won't have any loud music, or you're just going to have background music, or you're going to have no music at all? this way?
We do gonna have background music only,
Indoors.
and we're planning to open just from 12 to 11 at night.
There is some flexibility on that closing hour, which we talked about. So if that's helpful at all, if that alleviates any of Susan's concerns or your concerns, Clint, I know that Patricia and I spoke before the meeting, and although we have midnight in the questionnaire, she has agreed that she can move that closing hour up 1 hour to 11 p.m.
Okay, all right. So the previous owner closed at 10 p.m. Is that what the resolution said? Amanda,
Yes,
that's the
on the
previous
weekdays,
owner?
They had stipulations
Yes.
till 11, they closed at 10.
Okay.
They had an 11 o'clock license.
Okay, Clint, did you want to add anything?
Okay, so I'll continue. What I was going to say was I dealt with them on a very regular basis. I was very, very familiar with Patricia, and I think this had happened long before the pandemic. I'm trying to think how to say this diplomatically. I would stop on a regular basis when things were out of control, and Patricia would say that she was going to make changes, but the next day it was the exact same thing. Now, I appreciate she says they want to change how they're operating at this new location, and I do hope that's the case, and I do really think she does, but you know, she says she was competing with the next door. Well, she's next door to East Point, essentially, which is, you know, can be a problem on Avenue B as well. Again, I'm not saying this should be denied, and I actually appreciate that they're offering to move the hours back to 11. That's something I would, you know, I think would help, but I just want to make it clear that, you know, previously when I stopped in, nothing changed, and she knew that she was doing something wrong. So I just wanted again to hear her commit to saying that when she's doing something wrong and clearly is doing something wrong, that she will correct it instead of continuing the next day. And to, I think Michael's point, I will clearly confirm that Patricia is there every single day. She is always there. She's running the thing. So I give her full credit for that, for being on site and running the show. I just want some kind of commitment from her that we can take her at her word, that she will follow stipulations. And also, again, they're not a late night business. They never have been. The nights weren't the issue. It was during the day, and it was the boozy brunches, and they were having tables extending entire down the block in front of the garden, which they weren't allowed to do, and they did it repeatedly. And I get that was before the pandemic, when the open streets and open sidewalks came in. This was just something they did on a regular basis. We wanted to stop in and say, Patricia, you can't do that. Nothing would happen. So, you know, I appreciate that they want to change. I just want a commitment from her that she really will follow the stipulations. I know it's popular, and I'm not saying this needs to be denied. I just want that commitment from her.
Yes, you will have it.
So when I stop in, I can see you, because Patricia, I know you know me. I hope you will then at least say, look, you agreed on the meeting on this night that you would do something if you weren't following stipulations. So that's all I want from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
So if there are no plans to do a street bed shed, which I think is what open restaurants is, how can we lock that into the stipulation so if that doesn't happen? That was a problem previously, and that would obviate potential problem there.
They'll stipulate to it, David.
So what words do we use, Susan?
First of all, the problem was not this shed. It was the one on the sidewalk that went all the way down the block.
Yeah.
But
this was prior to sheds.
Yes.
There's something from DOT about a cease and desist.
That's open restaurant is all sidewalk seating and sheds. That is open restaurants.
Okay.
Now, because there's no longer any sidewalk cafe program. But what we need to do is just capture what she's saying. Can you tell us how many tables will be on the sidewalk?
Yes, it's 8 tables with 16 seats. And
they'll be next to the building.
they are,
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 1
There
Yes,
are,
yes.
yes, there's,
They have to be. They have to be. It's the
they
only
have to be
place.
as close as possible to the building. I think the regulation says.
So I would put in the stipulations and in the resolution, there will not be any sidewalk sheds. There will be 16 how many tables and seats on the
8.
sidewalk adjacent to the building.
8 tables with 16 seats.
Will be on the sidewalk adjacent to the building, which is where it's legal. Is that a problem? Is
No.
that okay?
That'd be great. Capture that in the steps, then that's great.
And the
It's
resolution.
great that they've agreed to no Brucey brunches. I would like to see the closing hours be 11, but that is exactly what was there at Cornerstone. And I would like us to strike the clause where we talk about public support, where we report the hearsay about someone approached the applicant. That right there, I think that part I would like us to strike. Well, you don't have to do it just because I said it, but yeah, unless someone objected.
I agree.
I agree. Sarah?
I think it's good, the work we just had done. I had raised my hand earlier just to point out, Arnett, like it's very I would say strong organizing that the owners, the applicant has been able to have 3 people stay on this long to speak in favor. I'm really sad that I talk so much in this meeting because I would have loved to see the kids participate. That's not usually an occurrence, and to get 125 signatures and support in the area. This is like a very, very strong applicant from the perspective of getting support. So I just think that's anomalous, and I hold that in a high weight. It's, you know, folks who don't typically come to these meetings staying on for a really long time. That's really important.
Thank you, Sarah. I would have liked to hear them too. The kids, that would have been nice. Okay, so Clint, you've been keeping up with this step for this? Okay, and
Do we have the
thank you,
11
guys.
p.m.? If we have the 11 p.m., let's change it throughout. I'm not sure if we did get that.
That was, I think, the only change in the steps at this moment, but I don't know if we had agreed to that, so I haven't changed that yet.
Well,
Okay.
we're also putting the sidewalk and roadbed seating in the steps.
Clint needs to know where. Clint, you're muted.
We have a free form section.
Yeah, that's the free form. Sorry, that's not one of the existing ones, but that'll be free form. So let me add that.
Okay, thank you. And guys, I just want to say thank you so much for your patience and the work that you're doing. This is not, I didn't plan to be this late, nor did I really plan that much, but thank you. I'm trying to do the best I can, and I appreciate everyone that stayed on, especially the community that has stayed on to either say yay or nay. You appreciate it, and thank you for being so patient. Okay, were there any petitions on here? And if so, can we do like we did before and add them on later, or no?
Looks like it's there.
It's there.
I added it.
I just have one question. What did we say? I was looking, we don't have it in the resolution unless I'm missing it. For the sidewalk seating, how did we say that? Here, okay, there we go. I see it now. It's at the top. Oh, no, sorry. That's not the ones we added though. We have no outdoor shared service. Where did we?
We need to write it out under the steps here and
correct.
in the real steps.
Yeah.
In
What's
both
in the
places.
second paragraph is correct.
With seating of 8 tables with 16 seats on the sidewalk. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Adjacent to the building.
Yep.
No, instead of outdoor shed, it should say no roadbed, no roadbed dining.
And one quick question, are these 8 tables and 16 seats, are they on both sides, Avenue B and 2nd Street, or one side? How are they being?
They're on Avenue B only.
Just on Avenue B, okay. So I will specify that.
16 seats on Avenue B on the sidewalk.
So it's up in the whereas. I think that we should drop also this same sentence, what you're drafting for the freeform things. Clint ought to be here in the steps at the bottom so that the board understands.
Probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. Amanda, after 16 seats, can you put on Avenue B? Thank you. Adjacent, no road bed, that's perfect. The service bar, actually, the service bar should go before the outdoor. So it'll be 12 tables, 30 seats, service bar, and then have the outdoor dining.
Okay, I think I have it updated in the stipulations too. I think the only other thing, David, were you saying it should be added in the stipulations at the bottom of the resolution as well?
Right. So the sentence that you had written out, which it
Yes.
ought to be here at the like
Or
14 or something.
12 and then make 13 the last one or something, added under 12 and make 13, 14, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just, if you want to, so Amanda, how I put it, I just said, I will have a sidewalk cafe with 8 tables and 16 seats.
No sidewalk cafe.
Well, isn't that what they're counting? A sidewalk cafe with 8 tables, 16 seats adjacent to the building on Avenue B?
Yep, they
Out-
renamed it.
It's outdoor, we don't call
Okay,
it an
so you're
outdoor
not
cafe.
calling, okay, that's it. So what are you, I will have what?
Outdoor seating,
Outdoor seating, okay.
and then I would use Amanda's words for everything.
So I have outdoor seating with 8 tables and 16 seats adjacent to the building on Avenue B, hours of 12 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Right,
And no roadbed dining.
correct.
Okay. Okay, I think I have this if we're, unless there's anything else, if we want to flip, I can flip over the stipulations and read them.
Are you waiting for me? Yes, we can put up the
Yes,
stipulation.
okay. Okay, so I will go ahead and flip over and I'll just read the stipulations. Share screen. Okay, so the applicant will have a full service restaurant, specifically a Cuban and Mexican restaurant with a
I
kitchen.
think it should just say, Clint, it should just say Cuban, I believe, correct?
Okay,
Correct, Patricia?
Cuban. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, specifically a Cuban restaurant with kitchen open serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 11. Oops, and that's a.m. Sorry, that's 11 p.m. I want to be 12 a.m. p.m. all days. I will close all outdoor dining under the temporary restaurants program substitute uses by 10 p.m. all days. No security. No soundproofing or existing soundproofing. I will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, live non-musical performances, etc. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event at which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded background music only. I will not apply for an alteration to the method of operation without coming to CB3 first. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. I will have a happy hour and it will end by 7 p.m. I will not have wait lines. I will conspicuously post a stipulation beside my liquor license. Residents may contact the manager. And then the other item that we added is I will have outdoor seating with 8 tables and 16 seats adjacent to the building on Avenue B with the hours of 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. and no roadbed dining. Does that catch everything? Is there any?
Clint, can we change the serving food until 1 hour before? I mean, they need to be able to close, and they're not going to be serving meals at 10:40, 10:50.
Michael, this is standard for us. I think everyone understands that they're not going to open the
Okay.
kitchen 50
Okay.
minutes. before they leave.
Okay.
They don't have to be out, the employees don't have to be out by 11. That's just saying they're open until 11.
Okay. That's
They can
fine.
close up after
It's
that.
fine. It's fine. We
Can
won't
I-
quarrel.
Can I make one suggestion on 15?
15, yes. Yes,
Would they have a staff person responsible for making sure the outside is managed?
is that agreed?
Patricia?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I will check that off. Okay, anything else? If not, I will save this and we will move on.
Going once, going twice. Okay, let's move to vote. Okay, David,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Clint,
Yes,
Sarah,
Yes.
Arnett, yes, thank you. And hopefully you adhere to all the stipulations and we have a great working relationship. Thank you so very much for staying here. And thank you for the community for speaking up for this particular item. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Have
for
a
your
good
time.
night.
Thank
Have a
you
nice
so-
night.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay, we're moving now to number 10, please.
Okay. This is Shiso LLC doing business as Shiso, seeking a full on-premise liquor license at 214 East 9th Street between 3rd Avenue and 2nd Avenue. It's a tasting menu, French, Japanese, high-end concept for a restaurant with 15 tables, 58 seats, 2 bars, 16 seats, and with a full kitchen and food prep area, serving food all hours, no televisions, no live music. Requested hours of operation are 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. all day. The applicant reported 5 OP licenses, but I was told there's 22 on-premise licenses within 500 feet. The applicant also owns Moko Omakase restaurant with a pending temporary license at 138 2nd Avenue that closes by 11. This location previously operated as a restaurant with a beer wine license. And that's it.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. Okay, can we elevate the applicants, please?
Oh, here, Max. Okay. I just see Max. And now he's gone. Come back, Max.
He's under attendees.
Okay. He had his hand raised and then not. I also just asked in the chat, but now I'm gonna be more public. Can we get a bio break soon? Usually we take just like a break because this is like a long time to sit and make your calls.
Yeah, sure.
I should be on here now.
Hi, Max. We have
Hey.
we only have one after this one. So you want to take a bathroom break right now while we have him elevated, or you want to wait until after he speaks?
Personally, I can wait. Just I think it's a good thing to do maybe in a few hours. Midway
Sorry.
through, maybe
Okay.
like halftime show.
Thank you. I'm keeping all that in. Go ahead, Max. Thank you for waiting.
Okay. Oh, so are we taking a break or no?
No, Max, you go ahead.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we are opening basically a tasting menu concept, Japanese, French fusion. We have a full kitchen. This space it was a previous restaurant called Dumpling Lab, and we kind of came in there and did a renovation, added more seating. But it's going to be kind of a tasting menu similar to like higher end Michelin type restaurants, but a little bit lower on the price. So it'll start at $85. And it's basically like a tasting menu focused restaurant. And yeah, we'll have like cocktails, but beer, wine, kind of just different drinks that we make and put on the menu. We were trying to do something a little bit different and creative and like a little bit more high end than kind of what you see in the area. So, we're kind of testing it out, testing out how it's going to work, because there's not really many tasting menu restaurants in the East Village. There's a lot of omakase, and that's kind of I have one called Moko, and been operating that for like 2 years now. It's doing pretty good, and then we're waiting on basically our liquor license in the mail. But this restaurant called Shiso, we're planning on opening around mid-May, kind of end of June, really, beginning of June. But that's pretty much it. If you have any other questions, you could just ask me.
Okay, thank you, Max. Does the committee have any questions about this applicant? Okay, does anyone in the public have any questions?
I see one person, Andrew. I'm gonna allow Andrew to talk. Andrew, you can go ahead.
No questions. Is this an opportunity to speak as part of the public?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So hi, Susan. Good to see you, and thank you to the community board for this opportunity. I'm Andrew Pio, condo board president of the Royal Stuyvesant condominium at 214 East 9th Street. The condominium is the owner of the building. I was looking at the application and it has the wrong LLC and individual listed on the original application. So these comments are on behalf of the residential board of managers of the building, other owners and residents in the building. At this point in time, the board voted against the application for the full liquor license out of concerns related to safety, quality of life, and noise within the building and neighborhood. Shiso is taking over the restaurant space in our building and has been in the middle of alteration since February, potentially earlier. There was no outreach to the building except the notice for the OP application on the restaurant door. On March 21st, the commercial space was issued a partial stop work order attributed to electrical and plumbing issues, which has concerned many of the owners and residents in the building. The board and the management company found it difficult to get in touch with the tenant after we received this notice. When we connected, the building asked the tenant to stop work until we received alteration plans. This was April 3rd, I believe. Licenses of contractors and insurance of those individuals, especially as the tenant violated the work hours, working late into the evenings and weekends. The tenant ignored our request. Even after follow-up request attempts, we only received the plumbing plan and the tenant's general liability insurance in early April. The plumbing plan included the build out of a new bar in the cellar. That was concerning to us. Seeing that a DJ on the application also elevates that concern. As of today, we have not received licenses of contractors or their insurance for the prior and ongoing work, including for the general contractor that attributed to the partial stop work order. Without the building's approval, the applicant, under the name Robert Carlino, applied to the DOB for permits to cure the violations as well as additional changes. This was deeply alarming to the building. The building received approved plans today from the tenant's landlord, but the building wanted an architect to review before submission to the DOB because we were concerned about changes that could affect the certificate of occupancy and to confirm that the changes were not only safe, but would not impact the rest of the building structurally, mechanically, electrical, and from plumbing perspective. Over the past several months, we've witnessed several patterns develop and repeat: reactive versus proactive, non-cooperative, difficulty with communication, especially with responsiveness to providing documents that the building requested, and sometimes hostile and combative email exchanges, and what feels like furtive and surreptitious behavior. So while the business hours are stated for 7 days a week from 5 to 10, if things may change if there's a full liquor license. And also, if you notice on the application, there's an unchecked part for private events, which in an email stated that those events could potentially go beyond 10 p.m. So as you know, and Susan mentioned, more than this neighborhood is very, very saturated with bars, and especially with restaurants, bars acting as though they're restaurants. And so that's what we're concerned about having in our own building. The street on just within 2 or 3 buildings, there's already 5 or 6 liquor licenses, full OPs, and we just don't feel that we need that within the building. So just given sort of the fact pattern and behavior, we're concerned to take anything on face value, and not entirely sure that has demonstrated enough to show that this would be a responsible operator. The liquor license for Moco is not in hand quite yet, so hasn't established that track record to guarantee that to the building.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for staying on.
Thank you.
Okay, Max, do you have any response to the
I mean,
concerns?
it's a bit of a exaggeration and also like a good amount of false information as well. Basically, we did receive a stop work order, and as soon as that happened, we basically went to go hire a contractor with an electrician and a plumber to basically resolve all that matter, because we can't have a violation on the space, especially for the liquor license. So it's all been being cleared up. Like, we already had the DOB plans for the plumbing and electric fully approved. Maybe there's like a disconnect between the management company and the board and what they're receiving, but basically I think what he's saying is that we went right ahead and, as fast as possible, went to go hire a contractor to pull these permits. And then we got it approved by the DOB. And then later the board came and said, oh, actually, we want our architect to review the plans. And I said, well, it's already been approved by New York. So I sent them the plans. So, their architect can look at it and see everything, but the plans were already approved by the DOB. But we're not opening a bar as well. So we're opening a restaurant. There are probably like 4-5 bars on that street, but we're really not, we're not operating as a bar. I think if we do have an event, if we do private events, because we've done them at Moco, it's basically like a full buyout for the restaurant. But yeah, it seems like the board is kind of, they want to give some pushback, but yeah, basically when we got a stop work order, the board, which we have not had really any communication with, we've had communication with like the real estate management company, and then the board kind of came in later. They kind of asked us to stop all work, and we told them that exactly what the DOB told us, is that like we can continue doing some stuff that doesn't need permits.
Okay, I got you. I understand. Is any committee member has any questions, or Susan, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to ask who the landlord is. Is this a condo board or a co-op board? And who's the landlord?
The landlord is David Chu. It's a condo. The retail space is owned by this guy, David. So it's not he doesn't own the building, but he owns the retail.
Okay, so it's a condo, the building is a condo board, and then one person owns this condo retail space.
Yeah. And I spoke with the board actually about 2 weeks ago because of this matter. And I basically explained to them, like, we're going to send you all these plans. And as soon as we have all this info from a contractor or the electrician, like, we'll send it over. So it's, something that, we had an issue with where, we had a contractor that was working and didn't have a license, wasn't able to pull a permit. Then we had to, actually go out and find someone that can pull these permits to remove the violation.
Okay, Max, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, Max, real quickly, I have a question. In the fact that you will be sharing the space with, as you already heard, a board with owners in that building, and so far there hasn't been such really good communication between you two. Between the parties, in the fact, if you receive the full license that you're requesting, how did you plan on improving relationships with them? Because honestly, once you're in and you're going to receive a lot of complaints. There's going to be 311 and everything that you do that is not up to board. So in moving forward, how do you plan on creating a better relationship with them? Are you in plans on actually sending stuff? Because as we're speaking now, the man that was speaking said they haven't received anything. So what are your plans?
I mean,
moving
I
forward
have,
to
so
create a better communication.
yeah, I did speak with the board a couple weeks ago, and they basically seemed in support. But what happened, we do have proof that we sent them, the fully approved DOB plans. It was by a New York State registered architect, like everything stamped, electric, plumbing, and the full, renovation plan. So that was sent over to them. They have it. It was sent over to the management company as well, the landlord. So everyone has it. But it's just, I think what they're trying to do is impose like a fine for working while they told us to stop working. But, we're at a point where we don't have any more free rent. So we can't just stop, working until the violation court date, which is like May 29th. Like, we would just go bankrupt. So, we kept working, but, it was under the DOB guidelines of what we were able to do.
Okay, thank you, Max. Hold on just a second. David, did you have something to say?
Well, I was going to ask if, my co-op and my management agent don't always see eye to eye. And it sounds to me like that is the discrepancy that was being discussed, and that has nothing to do with the license, unless perhaps we decided that we just don't believe this applicant at all. The only thing I'll say is that I'm getting seasick because the applicant is pacing.
Okay, Susan?
First, whether we like it or not, all these issues with the licensing and that is not something the SLA will consider. If they are they will consider like if they're working with a stop work order, or if there's a DOB violation, they will consider that. But they're not gonna right now look at, these in between steps. Just for the board's information, right next door is a Japanese restaurant, which I don't know what time they close. Andrew, what time did the Japanese restaurant close? But they're very, it's a Japanese restaurant. It's very, very noisy. It's very noisy outside the restaurant and a problem. And I want to know if the applicant could speak to the fact that they said that there were 5 liquor licenses with 500 feet. But one of my staff members looked it up and said there are 2 different people actually looked it up and said there were 22. And I wondered if you could speak to that.
How far would that, is it just the one block street or multiple, like going?
So so now I understand what's happening. You have to go on the SLA website and use their map. That's how you measure it. And it's a
there's
radius.
not, like, on that one street, there is around, I would say in total, maybe 8 establishments.
So there's 22, it's a circumference, and there's 22 according to the SLA.
Okay, it's not just on that street.
So that's quite correct. It's definitely.
Yeah.
So that's quite a big difference, having 22 within 500 feet. And I will say right next door is a problem, which is also a restaurant, not a bar. So I just wanted to give that information.
Yeah, the one next door, and there's like a bar that does like cheap shots that gets really, they have like a line out the door, like they kind of put it across the street. But it's not really kind of what we're going to be doing.
Okay.
So I'm just giving that information.
Thank you, Susan. We have it closing at 11? Is that what this resolution says?
I think it said, 10 or 11, and then 11 on the weekends, like Friday and Saturday.
Okay. So with the special events, when you said that they would basically sell out, just sell at the restaurant with that special events will also have the same closing ending time? Or do
That would
they-
possibly, if it's a private event, and it's not going to be something where tickets are sold or anything, it would just be a private event, either for a brand or like a hedge fund. It could go later into the night, but
It's not
we
legal.
have, yeah,
It's not legal.
to do private events.
It's not legal. You can never use that space past the stipulated hour. It's because that's when it's licensed for.
Okay, but without alcohol, you could, or not even?
Without alcohol, it's strictly an alcohol issue.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the board asked me a question about will there ever be any events there? And I told them, it's possible, but it's not an everyday thing. It's maybe once every few months, but the space is 2 floors, so it's not a huge space, but it's not tiny. It's not like a tiny bar. And then we are doing stuff to basically soundproof it, so there's no sound coming out from either, the first floor.
Okay, thank you, Max. So I guess the understanding would be if there was a private event, if it's after 11 p.m., it is not to have alcohol involved. If it does, it will violate your license if we approve of that. Am I correct, Susan?
That's correct, but if they have private events there till 12, 1 o'clock without alcohol, they're still having private. First of all, there's going to be alcohol, whether it's, who's going to have a private event without alcohol? But it's just as noisy. If they're in the building they're operating till 2 a.m., even if they say they're not serving, you're still creating a different situation. It's no.
It's not something we're not.
Just a moment, Max. Just a moment, Max.
They're still not closing their operations at 11.
Okay. Is there something we can put in the stipulation to include that with private events? Okay.
Yeah, they could say, and they will not operate in the space past 11.
Okay.
But so I'm looking to see if he had other experience. He doesn't seem very knowledgeable about the restaurant business because he didn't know how to measure, he didn't know how to measure the license.
Yeah, I think.
Excuse me, Max. He didn't know how to measure the licenses. He doesn't know he can't stay open later for private events. He just doesn't seem to know his industry very well.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna go into that because I don't either, and I'm chairing. So I'm gonna give him some leeway on that, but I think it will be in our best interest to have this like myself a learning experience, and therefore put some stipulations on there and hope that he's willing to agree to the stipulations in order to get the board's approval. Okay, so that stipulation would be something that I don't know how to word it, but what Susan was saying about private events not lasting over the operation time, if that's possible. Max, are you following us? How do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that when I filed for MoCo, I think it was like in COVID, so it was a little bit different. Maybe when I filed, I don't even remember. I don't think we had a Zoom meeting.
Yes, we always had Zoom meetings during COVID.
Okay. Clint.
Sorry. Yes, I was just going to say, I just wanted to correct one thing. I think Sarah was changing the hour, or I'm sorry, Amanda was changing the hours. And Amanda, I think he said during the week. So I think probably we should count it Sunday through Thursday till 10, and then Friday and Saturday till 11. If he was counting during the week would be 10, and then Friday and Saturday would be the 11. Just that one little note.
Thank you, Clint. David?
Yeah. Okay. There are 22 applications within 500 feet. That kind of rises the level where we'd have to find a public benefit and state it. I will say that I don't think we can say we have a responsible business owner here. So what is our public benefit? I don't see one necessarily. Does someone want to argue for one? I'll say the applicant seems a little flippant. I don't really trust him.
I mean, well,
Experience.
we are trying to do something, different in the East Village. Like a lot of people are opening up, bars and cocktail bars, omakase bars all over. Like we're trying to do something that normally you would see kind of in Flatiron, which is like a higher, or Chelsea, like a higher end, Michelin type of restaurant with a tasting menu. We're trying to do that in the East Village, and it's not the easiest place to do, have a restaurant. Like a lot of restaurants can't even stay open, Monday and Tuesday, so they close. But at Mocha, we're open 7 days a week. So, I think that it says something about us and the community.
Okay, thank you, Max. Okay, a question real quickly. I don't know if Clint or Susan was about to answer this. Leaning on someone's expertise and what David pointed out, is there, if we were to vote no, do we have what would be our, how would we be able to do that in good standing with the SLA with the points that David brought up? Anybody can answer that if.
Well, this thing about responsible business owner, let me just say that was added when we had a chair who owned half the bars in the neighborhood. And it was kind of like, let's just say I voted against that, adding that. So that's absolutely nothing the SLA would on their own come up with as rationale. And it wouldn't be compelling for us to say that to them, except for they won't even look at that. They'll just say, Community Board 3 approves it. That's our public benefit. So, I mean, we could argue if we really felt that a block needed something to stabilize it, then I might buy into it. So, but anyway, what we can do here is just deny it, not even mention public benefit, or just say there is no public benefit in our denial. That's what we would technically do in this case.
Thank you, David. Clint?
So I had one question too about the DJs. He did not check off DJs, so I assume, I'm not quite sure why he does feel he needs the DJs in this case.
I don't know. I don't think we did check off DJs.
No, that's
saying that it is checked off.
You did not check off that you would not have DJs, so that then assumes that you mean you will have DJs. So I guess that's a question. Will you or won't you have DJs?
No, it's just going to be ambient music,
Okay.
with mounted speakers.
That answers that part of the question. The second part, and I don't know, because I didn't see, were there any petition signatures, Susan? Were those submitted at all? Because they weren't on the website. They weren't I didn't see those anywhere at all.
Amanda's shaking her head yes.
No, sorry, I'm shaking my head yes in agreement with Clint that I wanted to bring that point up, so I lowered my hand.
Then we can't
Okay,
even,
sorry about that.
then we shouldn't be hearing it.
So that's the second part.
He
So
didn't
if that's the
fulfill
case, then I don't need to say my third point if that's the direction we're gonna go.
Okay, Sarah, real quick.
No, I
yeah.
move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, or not.
Okay, great. So, how do we, sorry again, do we vote not to move forward, or because
No.
the application is not complete without the petitions?
So this is what we need to do. We can't not vote, because then he would just go to the SLA and they would have no response from us. I would ask him if this is what we have always done in the past. Do you want to withdraw and put in writing that you will not go to the SLA without coming back to us first? Or if you do not want to withdraw, then the community board has to vote.
I know we have part of the petitions. I think we have, we definitely have the.
We have nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, and especially it's almost 11 o'clock. So even if you were to submit it now, we wouldn't be able. It wouldn't be enough time for us to go through it. So I think in the best interest for yourself to be a conscientious business owner, it would be best if you withdraw and resubmit with all the documentation so that we can do it in a timely fashion and give you give you a
So
better
would this
understanding.
withdraw and then resubmit with the same info, but with the full?
I would I'd fill out a questionnaire properly. If you do it right away, I mean, if you resend your 30-day notice right away, you'll get on next month. You don't have to have the petitions right away, but you have to send in the notice right away. I would redo the questionnaire so it's accurate, and we will absolutely need in writing that you will not go to the SLA, that you withdraw, you will not go to the SLA without coming back to the community board first.
I'm perfectly willing to vote to deny now without petitions, not wait till next month.
I could be in agreement with David as well.
Okay, I'm leaning on the expertise of the committee, and I have David and Clint, so I'm going to lean towards that. And tonight I was listening to Susan. I just want to have it in the, if we go ahead and deny it, and like Susan said, is it a possibility to go straight to the SLA and bypass us?
No,
No.
so that's
Okay. Well, then I'm going with Clint and David with the denial.
So
Okay.
what
Oh,
would
so
happen-
there's no option anymore?
So what I would say is they can still go to the SLA, but they are going to the SLA with a resolution of denial from the community board. I mean, that's legal for them to continue to go to the SLA, but they will be going with a resolution. And the resolution, as David mentioned, would talk about public interest. It would talk about 22 within 500 feet. It would talk about no petitions, and it would definitely talk about the board.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm just giving information. I'm not expressing a viewpoint.
It is a
Excuse me,
previous.
Max,
That's
please,
me.
let me give information. I'm not expressing a viewpoint. I'm just giving information to the chair.
Clint, I'm sorry.
Just the other main key point I think that we could put in a denial motion would be that it is currently only beer and wine, and they're asking for a full OP. So that's another issue that goes along with the 22 full licenses within
Right.
500 feet.
A never before fully licensed place.
Okay.
Well, are we able to just get the beer, wine, and just the beer and wine?
No, well, right now we're discussing the merits of the application, and so far the application is incomplete, and then we're pointing out some other inconsistencies.
So would you?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Clint.
I was going to say, so you're saying, would you consider beer and wine closing by 10 on the week and 11 on the weekends?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not trying to open a bar. Like we're a restaurant where it's all focused on the food, but we're not open yet. Like, but I would say within, mid-May, end of June, we'll, try to be open. But yeah, like we're not trying to cause a ruckus in the neighborhood or have lines outside. Like we really just want to put a restaurant in there that's, a little bit different for the neighborhood.
But you're having private parties.
No, it's not in our, we don't have anything planned, and it's not in our business model, but the board did ask us, questions, and we are responsive to the board. They asked us, will there ever be any private events? And I said, yeah, it's possible. I didn't want to tell them no, and lie. We're trying to have a good relationship with the board. We do have all the, submitted approvals from the DOB that we set them.
Sarah?
So I had just been wondering about the location history, because I did look up the license, and it looks like there's been a beer, wine, and there's been a tavern. Just beer, wine with the Dumpling Lab and with the place that Manny's before it. So in terms of this application, it sounds like the applicant is willing to change what they're applying for. So I think in terms of the options are net, we can do a vote to deny now. We can also ask them to withdraw and to reapply for beer, wine. I think, Max, might behoove you to have someone who can represent you and who's maybe familiar with the process, especially in CB3, because there's definitely a lot of pieces missing here. So I just wanted to kind of delineate, those are the two options on the table, if I'm understanding them correctly.
Thank you, Sarah. Susan?
I would just say, those are absolutely right, the two options. In consideration to the applicant, because I've seen this before, if the board is likely to deny the new one, you would be having him spend a lot of money on, legal and that kind of stuff. So, I don't know how you would be likely to vote, but you should just consider that.
Okay.
Well, if it's beer wine though, Susan, and given the hours,
Yeah.
wouldn't it just be administratively approved or denied?
Oh, that's true. If it was.
Yeah,
that's
so it's
true.
really up to the office, I would say.
No, that's not up to the office. It's it's a voted on thing by the board. If it's closes before.
But we could
before-
change it. It doesn't, he wouldn't have to come back for that change to beer and wine. We could do that now. We could change it from a full OP to a beer and wine. We've done that many
But
times.
he's missing.
But
pieces.
no, you can't because there's no petitions.
Well, that's okay. Sorry, the petition part, that you're right. But if it wasn't for that, we could have said yes, beer and wine. So sorry, that's
Yes.
right.
Except that he didn't come prepared.
Okay, so the denial would, what's really the strong basis of the denial would be the not submitting a complete application because he's missing the petitions, because even if we wanted to make the adjustments to have a beer and wine, we're still missing the petition part of the application, correct?
But yes, but he could say, withdraw, and I promise not to go to the SLA before sending in a new 30-day notice, which would be for beer, wine, administrative approval.
Okay, so Max has the if he withdraws, we can just see him next month, and if we do a denial, we wouldn't see him next month. We would what?
He would get an administrative approval if he
He'll get administrative, okay, approval for beer and wine.
right, closing at those earlier hours.
Susan, I think, because I know as someone who was new not too long ago, I think it just maybe be helpful to delineate that, because I'm not sure, Arnett, if you are familiar or Max are familiar with that. So Susan, could you maybe just explain it briefly?
I'm sorry, what the
office
administrative approval?
Yeah.
So the board, in an effort to have less work for the committee and to encourage applicants to have less impactful licenses, voted administrative approval for businesses that will be beer, wine, closed by midnight at the latest, and other stipulations that are basically standard, the standard operating, be food-based, operate the kitchen all hours, that kind of thing.
Okay, and this would, and with your, although it's not a concern of the SLA, nor should it be a concern of ours. If he chooses that route, it would be less expensive for him, is what you're saying? Because before you said it would be expensive and all that good
What
stuff.
I said was expensive and sometimes not fair is to tell someone to come back and then deny.
Okay.
Come back.
Okay, I got you. All righty. I just forgot my train of thought. But I would like to move for should I move for let's see.
We should ask him if he wants to.
We should just, ask the applicant if he would agree.
Hey Max, thank you guys, because I lost all train of thought. Okay, hey Max,
Yeah.
we're back to you. If I don't know if you were able to follow, but if you were to, the benefit of the withdrawal would be that with a withdrawal and saying that you won't go to the SLA, that you'll still be able to receive a beer and wine license with the same stipulations that we just outlined. And or that would be the benefit if you just withdraw now versus us going through the denial process.
Yeah,
So-
okay, yeah, we'll probably go with that and then just make sure we have everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you? I think we need a real, a definite answer because.
Oh, yeah, well, we'll withdraw and then the 30-day notice that we submitted before, it doesn't count for that. We need a new one, right?
Well, you're not applying for the same kind of license. The 30-day notice was for full.
Oh, right, yeah.
So.
Okay.
Please, if you send in a notice tomorrow saying that you withdraw and you will not go to the SLA without coming back to us first, and then ask in the same email, ask for information on administrative approval.
All right. And then I'll fill out another questionnaire.
Right.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
So Susan, will the office, are we going to send him the withdrawal form or how are we handling that now with
We
the Zoom
don't,
meeting?
well, we don't, since we're not in person, we don't, he just needs to
Reach out to the office.
to put that in writing. If he doesn't put that in writing to us at the full board, we'll have to vote to deny.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Max.
All right, bye. I'll see you guys.
See you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you guys. We're going to 12 now, which is the last one. It's still here.
Sorry, I'm on top of the game. Give me 1 second.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, I feel like I've grown to know you this past 8 hours, it feels like. Sarah have changed faces at least several times.
I'm sorry, I need my bio break, so I'm gonna go do that while we're transitioning.
No, it's absolutely fine. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda, you're awesome. Thank you, everyone. Okay. We
Number-
have, okay, we've,
Number
okay.
12. Number
Yes.
12, Sunday to Sunday.
No, we got one more. It's on the clock.
So there's no residents left. This is the one I think everyone was waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple. There's still a few.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do the same as Sarah.
Let's see when that number. Did I miss something? Susan walked away. She sure did. Okay.
I think she said she was going to use the restroom too.
Okay.
I'm back.
Thank you, Susan. Go ahead. I'm so
You
sorry.
want me to go ahead or are we waiting?
No, Sarah stepped away.
Okay.
I'm here.
And okay, yes, we can go ahead now.
Okay, this is Sunday to Sunday Cafe, doing business as Sunday to Sunday, is seeking an upgrade to a full on-premise liquor license and an alteration method of operation to extend its closing hours Thursday through Saturday from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. in the premise located at 253-257 Broome Street, aka 88 Orchard Street between Broome and Orchard. The applicant is seeking outdoor cafe hours 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. And the restaurant will be operating as a modern American cafe, or has been operating as a modern American cafe since 2020, with 10 tables, 42 seats, 2 bars with 10 bar stools, 7 on the ground floor, 3 in the basement, and 6 tables on the outdoor patio. Full kitchen, open serving food all hours, with televisions, no live music, and up to five private parties per week. 22 on-premise license within 500 feet, and 14 licensed establishments on this one block. There were 14 311 commercial noise complaints at this location with NYPD action taken since 2020. The applicant provided 1 page of petitions that contain 3 signatures from the immediate area, and CB3 received 3 letters from residents of the area requesting denial due to already existing oversaturation and no public interest, and that's it.
I'm here. My name is Gurpreet Singh. I'm going to let you guys let me know when to start.
Arnett?
Well, Arnett is now showing a photograph. Generally, we.
Oh, maybe she left for a minute, maybe.
No, I'm sorry. I just stood up for a second.
You're not
I just
allowed to
realized I had legs.
Hi, guys. How are you? Thanks for your patience and thanks for sticking along for the ride. Last one was a doozy. Either way, I'm a first-generation American. My parents came here when they were very young. I was born and raised in Queens. I went to NYU. I've been living in the Lower East Side for the last decade. I actually was the manager of Irving Farm for 2 years before I ended up acquiring the space. It was a key money deal and assignment, and I took over about 3 years ago now. Currently, we operate with background music only. It's the way we've been operating for 3 years. We've been good operators in the neighborhood. We have a lot of friends and family who live close by. My wife and I, we live on East Broadway in Essex now on top of Seward Park, where, you know, we're big people who take part in the community. At Sunday to Sunday, you know, we're a community-based cafe. We have some Indian-inspired dishes, some Filipino-inspired dishes. We are essentially the cafe where we want customers to feel like they can come in whenever they want and have it be a home away from home. We have a lot of support in the neighborhood. And, you know, what we do is we also host events for a lot of nonprofits. We recently hosted one for Unlock Her Potential, which is a community-based nonprofit run by Sophia Chang. We pride ourselves on being food forward. We have a head chef who's been working with us for a little over a year now. And the reason we want this full liquor license is to be able to complement our menu better. There's a lot of demand for it. We want to be able to do those cocktails. Also, you know, we opened in the midst of the pandemic. We opened on March 10th of 2020, which was a tough time. We obviously closed soon after, given Cuomo's order. We reopened on April 21st with a takeout window, and we became a place where a lot of locals found some sense of regular. We tried to limit customer interaction, tried to limit the spread of COVID. We had this takeout window that stayed open from April of 2020 through today. And what we're looking for, you know, we've been operating with a beer and wine license since early 2021. Now all we're asking for is just to get that full liquor license now that we have been in operation with that beer and wine license. And, you know, we've just asked for the 1 hour extension, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Okay, we have one person from the public. You want to elevate them now, and then they can hold off. They can just just 2 people. Yes, okay. Everyone everyone woke up. Okay, so let's Tamara was the first one that I saw. Do we have any committee members that have any questions? No? Okay. Let's go with Tamara, and hopefully Amanda's laptop will come back alive. Okay, Tamara, you have the floor.
Hi, good night, everyone. Okay, so the Orchard Street Block Association, which covers this area. As everyone knows, this is Hell Square 2, now the most problematic area in our catchment area. Residents are constantly writing to us, calling me about the things that goes on in this area that disturbs their quality of life. While the cafe hours and the cafe itself are fine, obviously this location is completely oversaturated, and we would have to ask for an outright denial of any more full liquor licenses in this area of disruption. We counted 37 liquor licenses within 500 feet, with 7 pending of this address. And there's a lot of other problems with the license, which I think some of our other block association members are going to speak to as well, such as private parties 5 days a week. A lot of people had questions about that. A lot of questions about the petitions, signatures that they submitted, which hardly any of them have apartment numbers. I know in CB3 has a rule where those don't count. Hardly any of them live in the immediate area. Some of them live as far as Madison Street, the people that sign. But, you know, the bottom line is that this area is a huge problem. Everyone at this meeting knows it. The whole board knows it. And we just don't want it to get worse. And we are asking that there be a moratorium on any more full liquor licenses in this area of Broome and Orchard, known as Hell Square 2 now, which causes a lot of problems: crime, garbage, noise, quality of life. People have to live there, and enough is enough. And that's what I'm here to say for the people that I speak for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Let's see, I lost. Let's go with Ellie or Eli. Sarah.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, thanks for letting me speak. I wanted to say that the Lower East Side is the best place for myself and my family as a managing director of an established national professional services firm. Over the past 2 years, this committee has created a nightmare for my family and for our neighborhood. You've saturated the community with terrible establishments that say they care but do not care about the community. And the committee has outright ignored the rules and even broken some laws along the way, but we won't talk about that tonight. I'm relieved to see turnover at the committee level and appreciate this team's willingness to at least follow a cordial process tonight, so thank you. Sadly, though, we are the ones that have to sleep upstairs from these establishments, which has become impossible at this point. We wake up to puke on our doorstep on the weekend mornings, and cops trying to control uncontrollable situations almost every weekend just downstairs. It wakes myself and my family on work nights, and I have to show up to work bleary-eyed trying to manage a firm. Our community is absolutely oversaturated with bars and licenses. There are way too many on one block. Our neighborhood does not need any more. The density is too high. This is not about good or bad operators or good or bad people. This is about an area that is oversaturated, and it's no longer a question about who's a good operator or not. No operator is an acceptable operator at this point. This license serves no public benefit. Please follow the saturation rules and reject this full license, and do not expand the operating hours. It would be a sin to do so. Our community needs a diversity of commercial spaces, not more bars, not more nightclubs, not more liquor licenses, not more late night hours. We need a community we can live in, feel safe in, and not walk out our door and step and puke in the morning. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Sarah, can you move DB up?
Sorry, which name did you say?
DB Dem.
DM. Okay. 1 second. Okay. TM, you can speak.
Thank you, Eli, for that very impactful and powerful statement that you just made. You've summed up everyone's lived experience here. This idea of exceptional operators cannot be the standard for which anyone approves a license in an area. What this needs to be examined is through the prism of this law, which is the traffic, the noise, the crime, the density of license, and the type of licenses. This is too many licenses in a very small area. There is no public benefit. When you begin to look at that criteria, if cops have to police the area along Orchard Street from all the way to Hell Square 2. And we have this many people flooding our area going from Ludlow to Orchard to Broome to Essex to any of these streets. There is a problem. This cannot be sustained. We adding to that problem is now we have over 40 weed shops mixing into this combination. Now we've gotten approved licenses in the last 2 months to add to this area that's already a problem. This should not be at its face approved. There is no public benefit. No operator is going to come in here and make things better when you add a liquor licenses. There's only a certain type of people that come down here, and all these ideas that you can make it better with a particular license, it never bodes well for us. We know what this area is, and to approve this would be a sin. So I hope with the support of LES dwellers in Orchard Street that work hand in hand, because whatever happens there happens to us too. And we all share the traffic from the Williamsburg Bridge. This cannot be sustained. And we think this should be an absolute vote of no. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Can you elevate Michael now, please, Sarah?
Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thanks, Sarah. Thanks committee for the more respectful meeting tonight and for working hard to try keep it together. We live at this specific location on Broome Street and love the neighborhood, like all the previous people have spoken. And I wanted to particularly support the previous person and catch their name. There are lots of good, bad operators. You know, there are many bad in this neighborhood, but there are certainly some who are good and do all sorts of nice things. But it's the total impact that's causing this specific local street to fail for all the people who actually live here. We've seen this coffee shop transform into a bar restaurant setup that it now is. And for whatever reason, over the past 2 years, license upgrades like this and new licenses have just been pumped into this street and block with almost no friction. The committee just approves. It's caused a total nightmare for the community that actually lives here. We're stuck with the worst noise Fridays through Sunday, endless trash, traffic, and actually extreme safety issues on the weekend. I can only speak for my family, but it feels unsafe on the street outside our building on a weekend evening or with the kids. NYPD backs this up with their own call out data for this exact block, 311 complaints that I believe Susan listed earlier, and of course across this whole open street. And it was the street that was described as one of the worst problem locations in the neighborhood by the committee last July. The retail diversity is being crushed. It's all the usual. Yet more and more license upgrades and approvals were slammed into this block. And according to the application, there are 14 licenses on this block and 22 within 500 feet already. But it sounds like the true numbers may actually be higher. And this seems to be the case study, the textbook example of why the 500-foot rules exist and why the committee exists to try and create some kind of balance. My family loves this neighborhood, and we ask the committee to help us balance it for everybody, not just a handful of hospitality businesses that benefit off of the Lower East Side. And so whether it's, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Marcel, can you elevate Marcel, Sarah? And Markel, I'm not sure. Marcel.
You can go ahead.
Hi. Good night. My name is Marcel. I live on Orchard Street. And while I support the establishment as a cafe and cafe only, I object to the addition of a new liquor license, especially on the Broome and Orchard Streets area. Adding another license is simply contributing to the ongoing problem in this oversaturated area with liquor licenses. In this area, we are filled with bars operating and acting as restaurants. Factoring in another liquor license would simply be adding to that. Also, applicant lists that they plan to have happy hours, which is alarming, and I feel most of the times is a gateway to boozy brunches and that sort of thing. This area, as you all know, is one of the most problematic areas in the Lower East Side. Starting from evening, it's getting to be even earlier, well into late nights. Extending hours is a problem. A new liquor license is a problem. Also, the applicant listed in the questionnaire that they've been licensed previously, but they didn't list where.
Also, was there any community outreach made at all to any of the block associations? We are asking for an outright denial of a new liquor license for this establishment and for any other one, because we just can't take it anymore. We have to live right above it. Once the establishment closes, then it comes out to the street and it's just it's raucous. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcel.
Thank you, Marcel. Okay, I don't think I see anyone else from the public. Okay, committee, Sarah? Go ahead.
You'll hear this in your chairpersonship a lot, that this area is a problematic area, and so definitely don't take it lightly. And I know a lot of these folks that have just spoken are folks who do come to all of our meetings because we have so many applications in that area. I didn't hear a lot about the applicant and challenges with the business model, challenges with them as an operator as they're currently operating. I see this as, a very small change to, be open another hour. Again, when we have a conscientious business owner at the table, I love to negotiate what we can with them. I do really feel strongly like having somebody who lives in the community, who's lived in the community, and is committed to this neighborhood is really important, because they have to deal with all this too. So and they know what it's like in the neighborhood, and it is a very challenging place. So I just kind of wanted to share that perspective. I would like to hear more about the actual application and less about kind of the general area. If there are issues with the existing business model or location, like I think that's really helpful to hear. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sarah. David?
Can't hear you.
I believe this is a previously unlicensed location. This is not simply an extension of the hour. And if that's true, I want us to deny it because of oversaturation. I agree with all of the discussion from the public, except maybe it's a quibble, but the problem didn't develop in the last 2 years. So anyway, I don't think this is simply a change in hours. If this is creating a new license, and we shouldn't do it.
Can I just, I don't know how the responses work, so I raised my hand, but can I respond or?
Yeah, I was going to call on you after all the committee spoke so that you can hear everything and then answer.
Sure. Yep. Sounds great.
But I don't see any other committee members with their hands up. So you may go ahead.
Wait, before, sorry, because just to David's point, I see that's an alteration. So I'm just trying.
Okay.
I'm sorry, David, it's very late and I'm
Well, I don't know which it is. I mean,
it
what
says
is,
an
Oh,
alteration.
it's both.
you settle that?
It's both.
It's both. Okay.
There's another member of the public.
That member spoke. Do we recognize them again or?
Let me see who it is. Hold on. I'm just gonna catch up. It's it's rather late. Let's just move forward. If I can squeeze them in, squeeze the public in, I'll do it again, but it's rather late. I want to move forward. Okay.
I'm just trying to understand if someone could clarify for me, because I don't fully understand. It's
I'm happy to clarify if you'd like me to, but I see Susan still has her hand up. Do you want to address that first or? Okay.
It wasn't,
Okay.
what do you want clarified? What the application is?
Well, I think.
No, I'm sorry, I'm asking Sarah.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I mean, I think.
So they're doing 2 actions at once. They were very clear about it when they sent in the application. They're both requesting an upgrade and and they want to also extend their hours. So one's a method of operation.
So,
So they're requesting an upgrade and an alteration to the method of operation.
so then I think the question we typically ask in this situation, and I don't, well, it sounds like David doesn't want to even ask the question, but like, what are you willing to cut? But I was getting lost because David was saying he were looking at a never been licensed location, and I didn't see that in here, but everything's blurry. It's so late.
Well, it was currently a beer wine, so it's never been a full liquor licensed.
The location.
So it's a full liquor license with an upgrade and alteration. That's what this application is.
They're asking for an upgrade to a full liquor license.
Okay, gotcha. Upgrade to a full liquor license and extend the hours by operation hours by an hour.
Correct.
So I think the question could be, David, though I don't know if you wanted to ask this of the applicant, like, would you extend the hours but not take the upgrade? Or I don't know, vice versa, but it sounds like vice versa, you definitely wouldn't do, David. I don't know, you tell me.
Well, I'm just focusing on the liquor license. You're correct.
Yeah, so when we turn to the applicant, I don't, when the chair is ready to recognize you, Gurpreet, I think that's just something to think in your mind about what you're willing to negotiate on.
Okay, Clint, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clint.
I think the other important thing to clarify that correct me if I'm wrong, this was a previously unlicensed location. What I understand, this was administratively approved when it came because it was a beer wine and 11 o'clock closing. So it wouldn't have came to the committee for discussion. So now we're looking at this and saying, the committee didn't approve it, it was approved administratively. Now they're saying it was a previously unlicensed location. We're kind of getting around that by then giving them the full license. So I think that's kind of how I was thinking. That's one thing to think about, is it's just a stepping stone in some ways.
Okay, the applicant has the floor now.
Thank you all. So I think the first thing I want to address is the idea of what's the public value here. And to tell you guys again, I started, I worked in finance previously, and my beginning in food and beverage was managing for Irving Farm, which this location was in Irving Farm. And what I can tell you is ever since the last 5 years, one of the biggest 311 issues this corner deals with is the noise, the unmonitoring of the corner. During peak pandemic, we would have, you guys remember when there were just barriers and just the barriers, we would have people who'd buy Modelo's from the deli and they'd drink them on the street corner. Lucy and I, we lived close by. Cops would come in and they'd say, hey, you need to monitor this. And I was like, well, I'm a cafe. I close at 6 p.m. It's almost impossible for me to monitor this, including the trash. The trash goes out earlier. We close early. We don't have a full liquor license. We're never open late. Our nights are slow. The reason we want the full liquor, if anything, is to monitor the corner better, is to better serve the community, is so that we can actually keep an eye on our space until hopefully midnight on some days. To go to what Sarah was saying, what's important to us is the on-premise. It's not the hour. If the hour is a deal breaker for you guys, that's something we are absolutely willing to discuss. But again, the public benefit of the on-premise for us is being able to better monitor the corner. It's being able to, what we believe we contribute to the corner is, you've got an Australian cafe that's very unapproachable. Their prices have gone up. You've got Mexican restaurants to our left, to our right. What we offer is, simple, easy fare, something that anyone can walk in and be a part of the community. Both me and our GM, Ralph, have been parts of the community for over a decade, as I mentioned. The reason for the OP, the public benefit, is to better monitor the streets and so that we can keep an eye on it. Because what happens right now is we close at 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and you get people who are drunk from every which restaurant who just come over and chill there. And now there's a noise complaint, and we're unable to monitor that without having that on-premise license. And that's really what it comes down to. For us, we're a food-focused establishment. Cafes in this corner, there was 88 Orchard, who we loved. There was Irving Farm, who we loved. Neither were able to make it happen. Rent has been high on this corner. We're just looking for a means to make it work. And the on-premise license, especially for our brunches, is going to get us that. If the private events is an issue, we can absolutely talk about it. If the time's an issue, we can absolutely talk about it. But what we're here for is to try to get that on premise so that we can be a better contributing factor to this environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Okay, and I just to sum it up, the public benefit is that you'll be open later so that you can monitor the streets. So
Corner, really.
the corner.
Yeah, because
So
right now,
in
what
essence,
happens,
if you,
sorry, you continue.
no, go ahead.
Well, what happens currently, again, Lucy and I, we've been living on the street for quite a while. I was on Orchard and Stanton back in 2012. And the issue is when you have these establishments like ours that are cafes that are on prominent corners that don't have eyes late at night, you get a lot of these wandering folks who come from Dudley's, who come from Bardiachino, who come from Costa Mezcal, who come from Last Lap, who are just now abusing the corner. And you get these 311 calls, and there's no way for us to monitor it without the OP. We simply can't. We've tried. I can't have a dish guy staffed who's just going to stand around and tell people, hey, back off. Hey, move away. I have to be either open. That way I can monitor it and make sure that, again, our bread and butter is brunch. We're a cafe. I'm not looking to open late. I'm just looking to open a little later while having the OP so that maybe I can make a little bit money late at night so I can at least operate and have it be busy until 11ish, if that's possible, right? That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. Okay.
Right now, our Thursdays and Saturdays, they're slow, and it's tough for me to justify even being open, and then we don't get to monitor the corner. But thank you.
Okay. Heard. Okay. Clint, wait, who was, oh Lord, Sarah, God bless you. Did you look at any of the petition? Did you look at petitions for this application?
I did. It's in the resolution.
Okay. Thank you. Clint, do you want to pull up the stipulations while
Well, I
go
guess I can pull up the stipulations, but what I'm gonna suggest is, and I don't know how everyone else feels about this. I think for me, I understand he's, maybe been a generally good operator, but I think in this case, I think and he seems to feel that the OP is his most strong thing he feels strongly about. At this point, I would be willing, I'm going to suggest we move for a denial, and we can see how everyone else feels about this. And I know for a fact, I've followed things in the past, and I know the SLA does agree that this area is extremely oversaturated. The chair has been down here, and he's spoken about this, saying it's just basically said awful, and I think he's used some other words. And I also know that this area has very strong residents who have been and would go to the SLA to fight this. I think we would have a very strong case for the SLA supporting a denial. So my suggestion, in my opinion, my feeling is that I would feel this is to be a denial.
Why you raise your hand, Clint? I would have raised.
Sorry.
I thought no one else had anything to say. That's why I was moving the steps. Okay. I concur with the oversaturation. One of the things that bothers me as a community member is that area, and how it is a nightmare at night, especially on the weekends. So, okay. Let's see, Amanda, you got the rest. Okay, okay, Amanda, go ahead, and then David.
Okay, sorry. I think David has his hand up. Do you want to go?
Okay,
Okay,
Amanda, go ahead, David. Oh,
I'll just go since I'm unmuted, and then
okay, go ahead, Amanda. Go ahead.
Sorry. I think I would be curious if the applicant is open to extending hours but not approving the OP. Just curious about that.
Okay, I'll after David speaks, I'll let him speak. I kind of think that he's going to say no, because the whole bread and butter part of staying late would be offering alcohol, which will help pay for the later hours. I think that's what he was saying, but go ahead, David.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. If he's unwilling to stay open after 8 p.m., even though he could stay open much later now, he's not going to change his mind. And the idea that granting a liquor license, that is Whatever happens at that corner after 8 p.m. is not the problem for the neighborhood. The problem is the 14 other liquor licenses on the same block. So I'm so glad that we're about to move to a denial. And I do have the language that we use on previous resolutions that describe the crime situation in Hill Square that I can drop in the Slack if we want. And not Slack, what do we call it here?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You can.
Can we
I
ask
think
the applicant instead of trying to guess?
Yeah, well, no, I will. I just wanted everyone to speak first and so that he can speak to everyone and then we can move forward. Amanda, go ahead. You good? Okay. The applicant, you've heard our conversations. What would you like to add to it?
Yeah, I think as you guys, I guess, assumed, what's important to us is we can keep everything else the same. We've been operating this way again for 2 years with the restaurant wine license. We can keep it all the same. What we are really looking for is just the upgrade to the OP. That's what's important to us. That's what we think will help us actually be open up until 11. That's what we think will have us better control the corner. And as you guys know, this is a very, very heavy foot traffic corner, and us closing at 6 p.m. doesn't help control what goes on that corner. And obviously us being a food forward establishment, not being able to sell the on-premise, especially after the 3 years of us running the space and being a spot that's been vital for the community, not receiving that OP does not help us again with doing this.
That does does kill your hopes. So I just want to just make sure you understand that's, that the committee is, moving to deny then. So
Yeah.
that's why I wanted to ask you how you actually felt.
I understand, but that's the whole reason we worked with Psetsky and Bookman and put this forward, was not just to get an extra hour of beer and wine. Just doesn't do anything for us. We'd still be closing at 8 p.m. Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to move to vote for a denial. I don't know, I'm not saying this right.
Well, we have a motion to that effect. What we ought to do is amend it to add in, it's basically 3 whereases and 1 therefore be resolved. I'm just going to drop these into the Slack now as the motion to amend the existing resolution. The facts are still the same.
Can we, is there a way we can, we understand your concerns and we're appreciative of them. Is there a way we can put this meeting over a month and we can spend the next 30 days potentially addressing these concerns?
By coming up with something other than an OP? That's the concern.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to deny you on the basis of there are already 22 within 500 feet, 14 on the same block. And we're telling the SLA it's oversaturated. There is no public benefit. So I don't see that I'm just continuing to drop my messages here, but I don't think there's anything that you could say that would change my mind.
Okay. Yeah, on our end, if we could put the meeting over a month and try to address some of the concerns, that would be best. But obviously it's up to you guys.
So what you're asking is to withdraw your application?
Yeah, if we can just just simply put the meeting over a month and spend the next 30 days, spending some time with the community outreach and seeing if we can get some of our, our lovely customers to take part in the meeting, which hopefully will be slightly earlier and people can.
I mean, I will just say for me, if even with community support, it's the OP that's just the issue for me. I don't think postponing it for another month, I don't think that would change my opinion on the OP license. So I don't know, that's up to you, but I don't know if you want to I don't want to say waste your time, but I want to know if you want to spend your time doing that one. At least for me, I don't think it changes anything.
I concur, because even when a month time, what would have to happen would be like 15 other establishments deciding not to sell alcohol. That would make you more of a viable candidate. And I can't see that happening in the next 29 days or 30 days, where there's a list of establishments that no longer sell alcohol, because that's really the primary problem. It's not you as an operator. I don't think anyone said anything negative about you as an operator. It's just bad timing. Had you, did this application before 20 other applicants came in, then more than likely you would have been approved. It's really about the location and not
Right.
the operation.
Right. Our approach was just to first, spend some time, 3 years as being a helpful community-based operation, and then saying, hey, look, the OP would help and potentially coming back. Regardless, I think on our end, if we can put the meeting over a month, that would be the best, just so I can speak internally and maybe see if there is another thing that we can go for that would make us, happy.
I wanted to add from my perspective, again, public benefit can include conscientious business owner. To be a conscientious business owner, like you've seen some kind of examples of owners that have and operators that have been super good about their community engagement, getting out and not getting just customer experience, but really the residents, because that's the people that are coming to this meeting and saying they don't want you to have what you're asking for. So I definitely think spend time in community, spend time with people who live in the building where the business is, spend time with people who are in the adjacent buildings, because those people are living through a very difficult situation in Hell Square. So from my perspective, I think I think you need to be more robust there. This is not a lot of petition signatures. We had an applicant tonight that had 125. So just think about that aspect from my perspective. I am always willing to, listen to folks who are trying to, make it in the community and care about the community and are operating their business in good faith with the community. I didn't hear anything negative about you, as the chair said. I think that says a lot that you have been in the community and you did start with the beer wine. A lot of applicants tell us they won't even do that. So for me, that's I'm holding that, with some weight, and I'd be willing to hear the application again, especially since you did stay all these hours. Hopefully you got some insight tonight and can think about how to strengthen the application, because there is the issue of oversaturation. So how are you going to surmount that as a business? How are you going to get that community support that shows that there is a benefit here?
Of course, and I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate your guys' belief in us as operators. But I hear everything, and I do think that I was maybe misled or misinformed by our attorney saying, hey, look, 1 page that's sort of standard, is what you need. We stopped early. We could have easily gotten, I think, 125, and next time we'll have those, and we'll make sure that people are vouching for us. And I know a large number of people who live in the building and adjacent. I'm good friends with Ling Chi Sang, who's also the landlord of the building. And, if that's what's going to make this application stronger, then absolutely. I think if we can take those 30 days, address your concerns and come back and try again, I think that would be the best for us.
Okay, I'm hearing, and that Sarah, great. But I'm still the stance is that it's oversaturated. So even if you have 100, 200 people sign, it doesn't change the fact that there's over 20 other full liquor licenses.
So when it's oversaturated, we can just to clarify, Arnett, where I'm coming from and what I'd referenced earlier in the meeting is that when it's oversaturated, we have to consider if there's a public benefit, and that's when we can make a recommendation to deny with stipulations because we see a public benefit. For me, I see a conscientious business owner. I think you could definitely strengthen your case from what was presented today, because you didn't have folks on the line supporting the business. You didn't have a lot of petition signatures. I do think you're sincere, but I think that would have helped a lot for me to, establish and to, in theory, convince my colleagues, to agree with me on this point. So Arnett, I'm just saying, I think just because it's oversaturated doesn't mean we can't still deny with stipulations. We can still make that choice. We just have to prove a public benefit.
I'm sorry. And I hear you, and I don't disagree at the point, but I do disagree where it depends on, it should also depend on the location. One conscientious business owner does not negate the full licenses of several other people. One person he's not Superman. He can't stop what's been happening for many, many years. And to have that hold so much weight as to approve to a full license, I don't think musters up to a public benefit. I do applaud him for being a part of the neighborhood, but I also think being a part of the neighborhood would give you better lens not to apply for a full license, because you are a part of the neighborhood. So if you see what's going on and honestly feel like you're the only person that can stop it, then that's something you should do without a full license. You don't necessarily need a full license, but the understanding of a business person is that you need to feed your family and everyone else. So you need a full license. And I get that. But what I'm saying is it doesn't fit the community. I mean, it doesn't fit the location that he's in. Like, I backed down for the community for Grand Street because it's not saturated. I understood that. Although I don't want it there, but I understood that. He doesn't have that sort of leeway because he's in a place that's oversaturated. And it's not about liking or disliking or more support. It's really about the location that he's applying for. It is just too oversaturated, no matter the number of people that sign up. Like right now, we have community members that are clamoring right now to say more about why they don't want this full license to be here. Those people are not going to be here when 125 people come up. And I'm sure listening now, they're going to want to invite more people too. And they have the numbers because the community is oversaturated. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a myth. It's an actual fact. And a lot of what I'm listening to is when we discuss these applications is we are discussing what's factual and not our opinion. And the fact about this particular application and the full getting a full liquor license is that it's in a part of the community that is oversaturated. And over the years, although I have not been to many SLA meetings, I've lived here. And over the years, there's been a calling from our community for us to actually advocate for the public interest of not having more full liquor licenses in our neighborhoods. And we've already heard community residents testify to the fact that there's puke in front of their door. I don't know what more evidence or facts do we need to establish that this particular area is oversaturated. I'm not saying, like, once again, I'm not saying that he's a bad actor. I'm not saying he's a bad business person. He's just in a bad spot. And because he's in that spot, the consequence of being in that spot is that he cannot have a full liquor license. It's just not a good area. If he decides to move to Grand Street, I wouldn't like it, but he has a better stance on getting a full license than he is on this corner. And that's just how I feel about it. So I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand of the part of you could be able to persuade, but I don't think this is the right application to actually do that. I don't think it, unfortunately, I don't think this is the one. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thanks, Arnett. Yeah, I definitely agree and hear you. I would just be curious if, since the applicant has mentioned now more than once that he's willing to withdraw, what is the procedure there? Wouldn't we honor what the applicant is requesting? How does that work, right? Like he's saying that he wants to withdraw. So I'm just curious.
He's asking to hold over till next month. And the board has the option of voting now or letting him hold over till next month.
Susan, is that different than withdraw?
It's withdrawing from this meeting. You know, sometimes when people withdraw, they don't come back. For instance, the other guy's not going to come back to the committee. But essentially, no, it's not any different. But I'm just saying that the process, Amanda was asking what the process is. The process is for the committee to decide, okay, we'll let you withdraw and come back, or no, we'll decide to vote. It's up to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Susan. David?
Again, I modify to amend this to turn it into a denial. I've dropped it into the chat. It does need a second. And then we can start voting.
I will second that.
And then it needs to be recognized by the chair. And then we can vote on it after.
It's recognized by the chair. The second is recognized.
Okay, so if we can cut and paste the three whereases and the therefore be resolved in place of the therefore be resolved that's in the draft. And I believe I made a couple mistakes as I dropped text here.
Okay, David, where should I put it in the resolution?
Oh,
Where should-
instead of the therefore be it resolved.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So in a, yeah,
I'll add it in a second.
thank you.
Can I make a note, or do I no longer have the floor? Or?
Not, no, the chair will have to recognize you. Just, no, you don't have the floor now.
Got it. Thank you.
So my mistakes were, I think I wrote 18 instead of 22 licenses. Yeah, already 18 full, it says. Should be already 22 down in the therefore, unless you're proofreading other stuff. Right there. And then I've got some X's where the name of the applicant would go. Also in the therefore. And these are whereases that we have put in previously. There's a missing whereas, I think. Did I drop the same thing twice? 1 second. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're correct. There's only two whereases. I dropped one of them twice. And the therefore. So I think that if we do this, it's the right thing. That's my debate in favor of my motion.
Okay, okay, to the applicant, yeah, we're about to vote on the resolution for denial. I don't, I just think, are you talking to someone else? Or you trying to, I'll allow you to speak while we
Thank you. I was just talking to my wife. I just wanted to make a comment on your Superman comments. Like I hear you. You're like, you said, why not try to be Superman without having the OP? And the answer to that is I simply cannot. Like right now, again, I live in this neighborhood. I'm on top of Seward Park right now. I'm watching the beautiful park. It's got great daffodils right now. But the thing is that I wait, when I go to my shop, there's vomit on the front step. There's homeless people inside. There's people doing meth and cocaine and this, that, and the third. And I can't police it because I'm closing at 6 p.m., 8 p.m. because all I have is a beer and wine license. So even if I try to grow my food program, I hire a head chef, I can't do that because I'm not even given the chance to prove that I could be Superman. And as somebody who knows this neighborhood very, very well, that's been the issue with this corner for not one shop, two shops, three shops, since it was 88 Orchard, prior to it being your Irving Farm for 7 years, prior to it being Sunday to Sunday for 3 years. So we're talking about 15 years back, 17 years back. The issue on this corner is that we go in there as baristas and there's vomit on the corner. There's a dude sleeping inside. There's a guy who took a shit in our shed. And we have to figure out how to deal with this because we can't even get the option of acting like we might be Superman. We're not even given the chance. And that's why we're asking to withdraw and come back with a stronger application. But again, if that is your decision, then that's the most I can do, right? I've tried my best to be Superman, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My God. I would like to, is the resolution?
There's a word change at the very first whereas, where it says the word between. I think it should be at the corner of. where the location is described, the very, very first, whereas in the whole document. I think it should say at the corner of, I think that's what was meant there. Yep.
Okay. At this point, I'd like to put this resolution to a vote. David,
Yes.
Clint,
Sorry, yes.
Amanda,
Abstain.
Sarah,
Abstain.
Arnett, yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for staying as long as you have. It's
Thank
been
you.
appreciated. Thank you again for showing, and you know, wish everyone can get what they want, but we have to do what's best for the community, what we feel is best for the community. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Clint,
So,
send me the steps.
I'm sorry?
Just asking Clint to send me the stipulations.
Oh, yep. I will do that right now. So before I don't have to do it tomorrow morning, I'll do it now.
Okay.
Arnett, Chair?
Yes, Sarah. Yes, Sarah.
Just one thing I wanted to bring up. Now you've seen a little bit of the madness. I don't know if you came to full board last month.
Yeah.
but
No,
we
no,
still-
not last month, but I usually go to full board.
So last month, this came up. There's going to be a lot of folks who in full board, might have questions or express, difficulties with the decision here. Now you know how much it takes just for the meeting aspect. No, none of us really did the full research aspect that we typically do, which is again an additional several.
Well, we did it tonight. We did it tonight. So
we did some of it tonight, but
it.
Susan and the team did a lot of work to prepare what was on the screen. That like going in those databases and doing all the very specific things does take time, or like the emails that Susan described having to send, like that stuff does take time. And I think one of the challenges we have as a committee is really having the full board see the efforts that go into these meetings. They don't typically go this long, but obviously, it's a first one and there was, a clunky transition. But I do think it's really important, and something, as a committee, I would love for us to be united on, is that a lot of work goes in here. No one is letting applicants just slide by. And that when we do work as a committee here, and when a majority votes on something, I mean, today it was beautiful, where I think we're really in unison on a lot of these, that work should really be honored and recognized, and that there's a lot of expertise here. Some of us are growing our expertise still, but I just, thank you for chairing today. Clint, welcome back. And I think just, I would love just when we're in full board, for you to bring that perspective now that you have it, because I think a lot of times the full board doesn't really defer to the expertise or the decisions made here.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I've been at full board and voted no against some of the things you voted yes for. So yeah, I get it. Now I get it a lot more than I did before, and I appreciate the work that is put in. And I appreciated it before, even though I didn't agree all the time, but I did appreciate it. But thank you, and I will make a concerted effort at full board to express the amount of effort that is placed in there and the amount of work it takes in order to have just one meeting.
And I did not see any of our colleagues here tonight. I checked several times in the attendees. So I just also want to flag that, because I think a lot of folks don't have the opportunity to have the full review process.
Well,
they do.
I did see Michelle Cooper-Smith, but she
Except
knows.
for Michelle, yeah, sorry.
She knows full well. She does not need an education on the SLA.
She does not go against what the committee usually votes on. So
I think I saw Sandra Struthers on there too.
You're right.
So I did not see Sandra.
I think I did see her at one point. You're right.
Yeah.
Arnett. Anyways, yes, Arnett, I think great job for jumping into a viper pit, as they might say. I think you did a very good job, and congratulations, I guess. I don't know what that is really.
Thank you. It's almost Merry Christmas and happy birthday for me too. This
Oh my God.
I would like to thank you guys for being
birthday with us. Did you?
No, I didn't, but it feels like it's almost been a year. My birthday was March. 14th, but I feel like I'm getting close to my next one. But I really appreciate all the work that everyone put in and trying to make this a cohesive a meeting and bearing with me and orientating me into this committee. I appreciate it. I appreciate Sarah for reaching out. First email that I received. Thank you, everyone. Amanda as well. I appreciate it. And I at this point, I just want to adjourn it. I mean,
Thank you.
I will motion to adjourn.
Second.
okay. All right. Good night. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again.
Sorry to do this, but do we have to do a final?
Oh, yes. Final. I'm so sorry. No, you're right, Amanda. Okay, Amanda.
Here, yes.
Clint.
Here. Present.
David.
Present.
Sarah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Next month will not be this long.
Nope. No.
And if I have to drag people and make them withdraw before they even gets to meeting. All right. Thank you so much again. Good
Good
night.
night, everyone. Bye.